Good morning, everybody. My name is Richard Hukla. I'm the director of the Energy and Earth Resources graduate program here at the University of Texas. It's my pleasure to introduce this session and the second day of Energy Week. I'll speak to our panelists at the very end of my introductory presentation. So if I could have the first slide. Okay, good morning. Let's give this another shot here. I presume I am unmuted. I'm introducing the first panel this morning, which is in the second day of this UT Energy Week presentation. So we're going to be talking about energy leadership, and really we're going to be focusing on corporate leadership here with the representatives we have. I'll introduce them at the end of my introductory presentation. So next slide, please. All right, this is one perspective that I'd like to offer you as to how investors see the future. And on this slide, what I've shown is market cap. I got these pre-market yesterday morning. And what I can show you here is that the market currently looks at Tesla as being only about $80 billion short of the value of all the super majors combined. It looks at Tesla as being almost 3 times as valuable as Toyota. Toyota produces about 10 million cars a year. Tesla may get to 700,000. And then Alphabet, of course, is about double the size of all the super majors combined. My first reaction in looking at this is the world is barking mad, but this is what the investor community thinks. Note that the investors are always thinking forward. Today matters little. The past matters almost none at all. And the investors are very important part of the energy transition. Next slide, please. All right. I've titled this slide, "The Future Ain't What It Used to Be." Energy demand has changed a lot over time, but there have been some fairly consistent upward trends. The future does indeed look quite different. And what I'm showing you here are a whole series of energy outlooks, a good number by oil companies, but also by the IEA and by a consultancy, Wood Mackenzie. I've shown superimposed on this the 2 recently announced BP scenarios, net zero and rapid. And I presume the Shell net zero scenario is going to be pretty close to this one. On the vertical axis is oil demand in millions of barrels. And if you're a company looking to the future, there is an enormous range of uncertainty that you have to contemplate as you're thinking about the targets that are going to get us close to the 2 degree criterion. I'll point out this dashed blue line, which is the Wood Mackenzie carbon constraint scenario, which doesn't quite make the 2 degree criterion, but gets pretty close. And let's look at it on the next slide. So here it is. These constraints are certainly achievable, but they're not a gut cinch. 40% of power, for example, will be met by wind and solar in 2035. That's globally. Now, if you buy into this scenario, fossil fuels still provide 75% of energy in 2040, about 80 to 85% in 2018. So again, if you believe this scenario, if you're planning for the future, the greatest CO2 benefit will come from mitigating emissions from fossil fuel combustion. I know we're going to hear a little bit about that later today. Next slide. Now, what is the process that corporations go through as they think about what they're going to do next? Well, they consider the overriding issue. Climate certainly would be on the top of the list. They look at short-term impacts, very significant impacts, maybe black swans like COVID. They look at local politics, say the Trump to Biden transition, and they assess geopolitics as they might affect things like supply chains. And so in each one of these cases, they're assessing a series of trade-offs as they choose between fossil fuels and renewables, and out of that comes a decision. It's very important to point out that these companies are not just along for the ride. Their goal to protect their business is to actually enable the future. Next slide, please. Now, key considerations for any one of these companies in coming up with sustainable energy solutions is that they have to be based on sound science and technology. They have to be consistent with policy, which adequately addresses the welfare of society, and they have to be financially viable and to attract the interest of investors, as we highlighted in the initial slide. And these are the three tracks of our program, our Energy and Earth Resources program. This is my shameful advertising of the program. It as a multidisciplinary approach to addressing these sorts of issues. Next slide. So aside from all of these complexities, there are certain cognitive biases that stand in the way of our thinking about the future. Our intuition about the future is linear. This is my favorite futurist, Ray Kurzweil. What I've shown on here is a chart from Bob Margolis. On the vertical axis, it shows cumulative electrical PV capacity. This is global. The dark line indicates what's actually happened, and the lines, the colored lines, indicate projections at any time, outlooks at any time. So what I'll point to, for example, is that in 2012, the outlook for 2019 was that there would be 280 gigawatts of solar PV capacity. The actual is 720 gigawatts of capacity off this chart. Next slide. The developing world plays a special role in this whole story. And on this chart, on the vertical axis, you can see the percent of US energy mix over time, basically since the start of the Industrial Revolution, as we moved from wood to coal to oil with the transportation age, and natural gases. We're more focused on cleaning up our power stack. Each one of these transitions has taken 40 to 50 years. And what I've shown on here is where China and India sit today as regards their energy stack. So are they going to have to endure this very long transition that we did, or are there technologies that will leapfrog them ahead? So energy is really complex because the problems are global, but the drivers are certainly local. Next slide. The capacity to change. As we look at these old established companies like ExxonMobil or Shell or Toyota, how capable are they of changing? Well, I will suggest that the intellectual heft and all sorts of other capabilities are there to do a lot. This is an ad from 1977 from Exxon at the time. And 1977 happened to be the time Exxon co-invented the lithium-ion battery. But at this time, Exxon was funding very groundbreaking research in solar PV. And I urge you to read the story of Elliott Berman and the Solar Power Corp that you can find on NPR. So the capacity to change is there. Next slide. And it's our last slide, where I'd like to end up. We're going to talk about a whole lot of issues, but we're on a university campus. We have students and their faculty who are preparing to be the energy practitioners of the future. And I'd like to reserve time at the end of our discussion to talk about that. The speakers, I'd like to introduce them in the following order, and they're by essentially corporate seniority. Ajay Mehta is the New Energies Research and Technology General Manager for Shell. Shell was founded in 1907. Jeff Makarowicz is the Group Vice President at Toyota. Toyota was founded in 1937. And Rayford Smith is the Director of Supply Planning for Analytics, Energy, and Water at Google. And Google's our fledgling, founded in 1998, worth about 4 times Toyota and Shell combined. So with that, thank you, panelists, and I'll turn this over to Ajay.
Great. Thank you, Richard, and I hope that you can all hear me. Delighted to join you here today at UT Energy Week. If I could have the first slide, please. I'm trying to spend the next 5 or 7 minutes just kind of framing the issue from a Shell perspective on what would it actually take to build a net zero energy system by 2050. Since this is a kind of a Shell presentation, I do have to start with the inevitable disclaimer slides. If I just quickly have the next slide, please. Just kind of, well, since I'll be making a few forward-looking statements, I need to kind of emphasize that please don't construe anything that I say to be incentive to buy Shell stock. And then there's a whole bunch of other legalese written in there. So then without further ado, what I'd like to kind of start with is kind of state what is the corporate ambition? What is Shell's ambition? Could I have the next slide, please? The broad Shell ambition in the climate space is that we intend to become a net zero energy business by 2050 or earlier. And the only way we are going to be able to get there is if we first start with kind of taking a look at our own operations and how do we achieve a net zero, emissions footprint within all of our existing businesses and operations, whether it be upstream integrated gas, chemicals, downstream, the new energies business, etc. The second part is that we are very much aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement, and indeed we will even go further and say that the world needs to be thinking in terms of how can we achieve a 1.5 degree C ambition, let alone the 2 degree C ambition, which is aggressive as a target, but it is doable.
Hey, Ajay, yes. If I could interrupt for 1 second, you were very hard to hear.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me see if I can increase the volume. Is this better, Richard, or it's better? Okay. Yeah. So, and I'll also try to speak a little bit louder, so hopefully you all can hear me a little bit better. So the second piece that you see in there is around how do we get to this 1.5 degree C, and that's going to involve us having a dramatic lowering of the net carbon footprint, both the so-called Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, as well as the Scope 3. So Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions relate to kind of what does it take to actually generate the energy and get the energy to the end customer. And that generation side typically accounts for about 15 to 20% of the total energy requirement, or the net CO2 footprint that emanates from that. The biggest footprint is coming in from the end use of the product, the so-called Scope 3 emissions.
Ajay, you're still very hard to hear.
Okay, I apologize for that. If you could just give me 1 second, let me just switch over to my other headphones. Hopefully that will take care of it. Sorry. Richard, is this better? Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Okay, yeah. All right. I apologize for my issues with the audio. So what I was saying is that, yes, in order to achieve a 1.5 degree C ambition, we need to kind of look at both Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. And Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions relate to those that get generated because of the production of the energy in itself, and Scope 3 is with the end use of the products. So when we think about our overall ambition on how we're going to achieve net zero, we are looking into Scope 1, Scope 2, and the ambitions generated by the end use of the products that we develop, or whether it be products that we generate ourselves or products that we sell, that we get from other customers. All of that is in that 80 to 85% of the Scope 3 emissions. And the third piece is that the only way you can achieve a net zero world is if it's not just that our own businesses get to a net zero, but also the end customer is also aligned with achieving a net zero in the end use of the product. So it's a very kind of a complex chain of events that needs to come together, but we truly believe that this can be done. So how will we achieve this? If I could have the next slide, please. Is that it's going to require a fundamental change in kind of how energy is produced and consumed. And there are 3 specific things that I want to just briefly touch upon. The first is we need to kind of see a massive acceleration in kind of, clean energy technologies. You're going to see a huge upsurge in electrification, and that's going to essentially, pace the rate at which this transformation happens. We are also looking into a significant uptick in these low carbon fuels, both in the hydrogen space as well as in the bioenergy area. Secondly, energy efficiency improvement is not just kind of a one-off thing. It's kind of a relentless focus on energy efficiency improvement. But alongside that, we absolutely believe in the need to have a carbon price. And that's something that really gives a lot more kind of, certainty to businesses to make the kinds of billions of dollars of investments that it's going to take to make this transition. And the last part is that there will continue to be an acute need
to do carbon capture, utilization, and storage at scale. And yes, the nature-based solutions will play a significant role in that in the near term, but carbon capture and storage is something that has to go hand in glove with any scenario that you can foresee. So just if I could have the next slide, please. The next couple of slides are essentially going to just reinforce some of the points that I made. But if you look back historically at the rate at which electrification has kind of penetrated the energy system as a whole, then it's been growing at a rate of about 2.5% per decade. We're going to have to take a look at about a 1% increase per year. So you're looking at a five-fold increase in kind of the rate of electrification as we move towards this new energy system of the future in order to achieve a net zero world. A second area, the next slide, please, that we have been, of course, a very patient investor in is in the area of hydrogen. And we truly believe that the stars are now aligned for hydrogen to really take off. It's always had tremendous amount of promise in this space, but now finally things seem to be coming together with national governments putting in hydrogen economy-based roadmaps. There's clearly an appetite from the consumer end, from the customer end, which wasn't present in the past. And we can think about end uses of hydrogen in a number of different cases for large-scale industry, for power generation, for transportation. There's all kinds of end uses of hydrogen that are really beginning to pick up steam. And one of the areas that we are looking at, especially from a transportation segment, very clearly is around the heavy-duty transportation, where we don't believe that the game is over with batteries being the winner. Light-duty vehicles, perhaps the game is over. And it'll be interesting to engage in the conversation with Toyota on that point later. But certainly for heavy-duty vehicles, we do see a huge opportunity for hydrogen. The next slide, I've kind of have just again alluded to this point earlier, where we clearly see a need for a carbon price, regardless of which tool or mechanism that you believe in. A carbon price allows us to kind of have that business certainty to be able to make that sort of an investment. And we do see a year-on-year increase in kind of what that carbon price might be. That in turn can enable us to make some of these investments that are going to be necessary. And the last slide talks about, the next slide please, talks about the CCS opportunity. Currently, there's less than 40 CCS projects going on around the world. There's going to have to be a massive step up in the CCS, and this is not something that is waiting for technology, to be invented. We know how to do this. We just have to kind of get the right sort of public-private partnerships to be put into place, the right sort of incentive structures to be able to do this at scale. And we're going to need to be investing in kind of a new CCUS plant coming up at a frequency of, a new plant of up to 8 million tons capacity every quarter for the next 30 years out to be able to get to a net zero world. The next slide just kind of summarizes our latest scenario thinking as we think in terms of how the different worlds might possibly unfold. I won't go into this in a lot of detail right now. But if you take a look at the first two aspects where we say that in a post-COVID world, people are going to be largely looking at economic recovery and resilience is going to be measured in terms of economic, well-being. Then with that potential scenario where we're thinking about wealth first, we can get to kind of a point where we are going to bypass that 2 degrees C, ambition that the world has for itself. If you look at a scenario in which security aspects end up being dominating, then again, self-interest in that arena with more kind of an island mentality could end up ruling the roost, where we could exceed even the 2 degrees C target even further and get to a 2.5 C world, versus a sky scenario world, which is the one that we truly advocate, where you can truly put together all the elements together from a technology perspective, economic perspective, to be able to bring together what's required to actually make that curve to get into a net zero world earlier than later. Even in that world, there's going to continue to be a role for conventional fuels to be part of that energy mix as we make that shift towards renewables, regardless of, again, which scenario you believe in. So to summarize in the last slide, next slide, please. I truly believe all these elements could come together with investment in low carbon fuels and technologies, build out of that full-blown energy infrastructure. All of us in Texas have lived through the recent winter storm and seen kind of how much of an acute need there is to be thinking many decades ahead. And what this infrastructure is going to look like in the future, of a true focus on the hard-to-abate industry sectors, cement, steel, etc. What's it going to take to come down on the on the CO2 emission profile for those heavy industries, along with kind of enlightened policy and alignment with businesses, and not losing sight of the fact that all this has to be done with a clear eye on this being a fair and equitable energy transition for the future. So I'll stop there. Again, apologies for my audio hiccups, but hopefully you could capture most of that. So back to you, Richard.
Yeah, I think we got you most of what you wanted to say, Ajay. Thank you very much for your participation. I look forward to the discussion. I'm going to pass this over to Jeff, who's going to introduce Toyota's perspectives.
Yes, thank you, Richard, and good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Jeff Makarowitz, and I'm the Group Vice President of R&D at Toyota's North American Technical Center here in Ann Arbor, Michigan. But actually, I was just assigned to our Corporate Strategy and Planning Office at our headquarters in Plano, Texas. So I'm polishing up my cowboy boots as we speak, and I'm planning to move down to Texas next week to start my new assignment. That said, I sincerely appreciate UT Austin's invitation to participate on today's panel to share a little bit about the changes occurring in the auto industry and more specifically here at Toyota. Now, to say that the automotive industry is undergoing a transformation would be a huge understatement. New technologies, new competitors, and new business models are radically changing the way that we think about mobility. Next, please. So how is Toyota preparing to change? Well, back at the 2018 Consumer Electronics Show, our global CEO, Akio Toyoda, made the following declaration. It's my goal to transition Toyota from an automobile company to a mobility company. And the possibilities of what we can build in my mind are endless. I'm determined to create new ways to move and connect our customers, whether it be across the country, across town, or just across the room. Now, Akio's comments were intended to be a challenge to every member of our company, and were backed by significant investments in research and development and supported by a global restructuring that has made us more efficient and agile. Next, please. Now, predicting the future is extremely difficult. Right now, the conversation in our industry is full of a lot of hot technical trends and buzzwords, and I'm even going to use a few of those buzzwords today. Everyone's looking for the next big thing and trying to get ahead of the game. However, for us, transitioning to a mobility company means finding better ways to move people, goods, or even information. And at Toyota, we think the best way to understand this future is by studying changes to society, changes to technology, and the trends that follow from the interaction between the two. Next, please. And while no one can predict the future of mobility, we believe that it'll be shaped by 4 major disruptors or megatrends, which conveniently come together in the acronym CASE, which stands for Connected, Automated, Services, and Electrification. So let me take a moment to briefly explain each one. Next, please. The rise of ubiquitous connectivity is building toward a world where virtually all information is digitized, organized, and immediately accessible. Across sectors, we see a rise in technologies that generate large volumes of data through advanced sensors and wearables that's transmitted over universal Wi-Fi and collected and organized into an Internet of Things. You know, today's vehicles are continuously generating data. Over 500 attributes every 200 milliseconds, captured real time from a vehicle's CAN network and sent to our data collection center via the DCM or data communication module. That's 7.2 million data points per connected vehicle per day. The use of this data is unlimited, and we're already seeing a rise in mobility businesses built on the integration of vehicles and connectivity. And the future offers much more. For lack of a better term, a fully functional, smart, and clean city will be able to bring together infrastructure and vehicles that can work together in the service of dramatically reducing congestion and improving personal mobility. Toyota has already broken ground on Woven City, an actual laboratory at the base of Mount Fuji in Japan that will create a fully connected and sustainable ecosystem. Next, please. The second disruptor is automation, because these intelligent, connected mobile networks are going to be supported by the next generation of artificial intelligence and automated driving technologies. Of course, the opportunity in vehicle automation is more than just a future level 4 or level 5 self-driving car. In the much nearer term, the lessons we're learning are being deployed in today's vehicles through the advanced driver assist systems like automated emergency braking, lane keep assist, and pedestrian collision warning systems, just to name a few. These technologies have the potential to significantly reduce traffic accidents and congestion, and even open up access to mobility for those with limitations from age or disability. And next, please. And connectivity and automation are each made more powerful by the move towards services like rideshare or car share. Think about it. If ubiquitous connectivity means that you can always have access to the exact vehicle you need at the exact time you need it for only as long as you need it, you may be interested in something different from the traditional concept of vehicle ownership. And I don't need to explain how significant that would be to the auto industry. Next, please. And finally, E, electrification, and perhaps the most appropriate for today's topic, because we as a society must reduce emissions from personal transportation. There's no question that we need to move toward electrification. Rather, the conversation is how to transition and how fast will this transition occur. Now at Toyota, when we say electrification, we're referring to anything that runs on electrons. This includes battery electric vehicles, conventional hybrids, plug-in hybrids, and even hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. All of these alternatives will help in the pursuit of lower carbon emissions. Now, too often electrification has been defined exclusively as battery electric vehicles, or BEVs for short. We agree that BEVs are an important part of the answer, but they're not the only answer. The narrow focus on BEVs as the only solution stems from the view that they must be the most carbon friendly since they burn no gasoline. And it's true if you compare an average hybrid, plug-in hybrid, BEV, and fuel cell, you'll find that BEVs and fuel cells are the lowest emitting in many cases, but not all cases. In fact, recent data shows that plug-in hybrids can achieve nearly the same or better greenhouse gas reductions than BEVs, depending on your daily driving patterns, the carbon in the electric grid, the carbon resulting from battery production, and other factors. This is why we believe that offering our customers a full portfolio of electrified solutions is important so that they can identify the one that's right for them. You know, Toyota has been in the electrified vehicle business for a long time. We introduced a fully electric RAV4 in the US in 1997 and a second generation in 2012. And starting with the Prius launch in 1997, we've sold 17 million hybrids globally and over 4 million right here in the US, the more than the rest of the industry combined. Now, the reason I share this is because through this experience, we've learned that transitioning to a new technology takes time. You know, we're proud of having sold more than 4 million hybrids here in the US, but it took us 20 years to get here. Achieving significant BEV penetration may pose an even greater challenge given the cost of batteries, the need for national infrastructure, long recharging times, limited driving range, and the need for consumer behavioral change. So looking ahead, while we all strive for a carbon-free transportation system, we have much more work to do. Next slide, please. So in closing, let me reiterate that the four case megatrends will and are changing our industry, and all of us need to be ready to adapt. This is a major change for our company, but for Toyota, major change is nothing new. 80 years ago, we didn't even make cars. We made looms for weaving textiles. But just like today, technology was a driving change in society, and Kiichiro Toyota had the foresight to see the potential of the automobile. And Toyota changed from an automotive company to an automotive company to meet the opportunity. Today, Kiichiro Toyoda's grandson, Akio Toyoda, leads Toyota. And just like 80 years ago, the world is going through a new technology revolution. And once again, we'll transition to a mobility company to meet these challenges. So thank you for your kind attention. And I'd like to hand things back to Richard. Thank you.
Jeff, thank you very much. Our closing presentation is by Rayford Smith from Google. And after that, we'll have our panel Q&A.
All right, thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity to speak to everyone today. And so if you don't mind, let's go to the first slide. Next slide, please. So one of the questions people ask a lot is, why does Google use a lot of energy? And really that's both a simple answer and a little bit complex one. And on the next slide, the first part of that answer is we have a lot of products with over 1 billion users, and behind each one of those products is a significant amount of computing resources which consume energy. Things like Gmail or Maps or Mail, we use these every day. And there's a data center behind each one of those. Next slide. To give you a sense about that, though, we also work behind the scenes to have reliable electric supplies to all of those data centers. And our most important priority is to make sure they are up and running. After all, if we don't have a data center operating, then we can't provide the services our customers want. And to put this in relative context for folks, last year, in 2019, Google used as much energy as the state of Hawaii, Washington, D.C., San Francisco, right? There's a considerable amount of energy that we consume. That being said, one question that always inevitably comes up about data centers and energy consumption is how much do we consume relative to what we're displacing? And actually, in that sense, we're actually using less energy than ever before. And it's because of the economies of scale, right? There are lots of little data centers and computers. We're able to consolidate them into massive data centers and get efficiencies out of that. But we have an enormous footprint here in terms of energy consumption. So next slide. With that, we drive our energy consumption really with 3 key things in mind. Resiliency, as I mentioned, we need to have a reliable supply to our data centers, low cost, and of course, carbon-free. And while Google is here talking to you all today, I think we all represent probably the same objectives for most large companies today, which is we all want these 3 attributes in one form or another. Next slide. So when we think about efficiency and how do we do that, our data centers, as I mentioned, they're actually twice as efficient as a typical data center. We do that through a combination of machine learning, innovative use of technology, and ultimately being able to do better at predicting things like what are market prices, what our carbon content look like, and then how should we operate our data centers to understand and operate in those complex energy markets. Next slide. And so while we're doing that, one of the things we've tried to do is always be an innovator in the space, and specifically around how clean is our energy. We have been carbon neutral since 2007, and we've been 100% renewable on a global annualized basis since 2017. However, being 100% renewable isn't good enough. We realize that there is even more to do. So next slide. So if we think about our actual footprint all over the globe, what this slide is showing is basically the carbon content of our data centers. You can see in the ones that are greener, we effectively have far more carbon-free energy content than in ones that are grayer. More gray equals more carbon, less gray, more green means more clean energy. And when we think about this, while we match this on an annualized basis, when you start to actually look at each data center, you can see that our operations are not consistent all over the world. Similarly, where renewable energy is not consistent with where data centers are. And so we have to find a way to match that. And so our newest initiative is around 24/7 carbon-free energy. Basically, we want carbon-free energy for every day, of every hour, at every data center. And this is a monumental task that really involves transformation around 4 key areas. Data and analytics. How do we create the insights to figure out how to get where we want to go? Regulatory and policy. How do we look at markets and market rules and regulations so that they are conducive to these sorts of activities? Technology, meaning the hardware, the physical infrastructure that we use to both receive energy and utilize it day to day in our assets. And then 4th are the commercial contracts and structures that we use to pay for all of this. And so we're looking to innovate across all 4 areas, but ultimately, when we think about it, we're looking at this problem here, which is we have data centers in very diverse locations, and their energy consumption and the carbon content behind it varies significantly, and we're trying to match that everywhere. So next slide, please. So one of the ways we do this is using DeepMind. And DeepMind, effectively, we use a neural network to predict not just wind power, our output of our assets, but also forward market pricing and weather. And then we use that effectively to dispatch the assets to get additional value out of them. And as such, not only do we increase the value, the monetary value of the asset, but we also better understand our carbon-free energy content and how to manage that more effectively. On the next slide, we also, in addition to doing that, we also have the first ever battery backup system for a generator replacement at a hyperscale data center. We're doing that in Europe. We're using it not just to replace the on-site generation, but also to think about how to add additional flexibility so that our resources and our physical assets can now provide grid services. This is, as it is with many other customers, they're also looking for, and the transformation is really heading towards transactive energy between consumers and the grid itself. And what happens is that as those customers gain these capabilities, we believe, we, Google, will also be part of that transactive process, which is we'll be using our assets to provide additional value to the grid and add to resiliency. And at the same time, we'll also receive the benefit of others doing the same thing. Next slide. And so when we think about this, it requires another different approach to even how we think about renewable energy credits. So today, the way the REC works is effectively it's not time bound. You just buy a REC for a particular period of time, a month, and when that energy is produced, you receive a REC for it. However, when we think about renewable energy, one of its key attributes is that it's intermittent and it has different value. Energy markets have different values based on different times of the day. And so a REC kind of papers over the problem. And so what we're looking at are now these time-based energy attribute certificates that allow us to not only acquire renewable energy credits or their equivalent at the time when we need them, but it also sends the proper pricing signal back to the market to develop resources in those hours when those resources are needed most. And so this is the kind of one of the commercial innovations that we're looking at. And then on the next slide, but being able to manage generation resources, being able to have new commercial products isn't enough. One of the things that we're most proud of that we're doing is being able to do intelligent load shifting. And what that means is that we can actually shift demand temporally in this example, but also geographically, so that we can take advantage of different market conditions. So for example, if you want to optimize around carbon computing, we can shift our carbon content in the grid, we can shift that to a place where there is greener energy. And then if the wind picks up or we have cleaner energy at a later hour, we can shift it back. This allows us much more flexibility. It also allows us to add resiliency to our data center fleet so that we always have that uptime so that customers are getting the energy, getting the computing capability that they need. It also allows us to optimize on things like water usage and other areas. And so it gives us a multi-dimensional optimization about how to manage load. You compare that with also the things that we were describing earlier, like our ability to predict when renewable resources or when carbon-free energy resources will be producing. And you can see that we are trying to look at both sides of the equation, what's happening in the market, what's happening with our assets, and how to co-optimize those together to achieve the sustainable outcome that I think we're all looking for. So with that, I look forward to the questions and definitely look forward to explaining more about not only what Google is doing, but also hearing from the other panelists and what their companies are doing in this exciting space. So thank you.
Great. Rayford, thank you very much. I presume all of you are unmuted. Is that our format now? I see Ajay is muted. Jeff is unmuted. There's Ajay unmuted. Okay.
Yeah.
We have got between now and, I want to leave about 15 minutes for Q&A from the floor. So let's say we've got about 40 minutes, round numbers, to discuss questions as a panel. And really what I want to focus on initially is not the technology so much as though, although that seems to be the first place, every corporate presentation wants to go. I want to talk about the hows and the corporate decision-making process that's going to get us to, for example, ambitious targets like net zero by 2050. So I characterize the energy future as highly uncertain. I don't know if you all believe that, agree with that. I think there are some guidelines to that, but as you're looking at this uncertain future, there are really some significant impacts that could come as a result of one scenario coming to pass versus another scenario coming to pass. So really what I would like to know is how are your corporations actually handling this sort of decision-making process? How are you deciding where to place your bets? I mean, we know that some of these bets are going to be higher risk and not profitable initially. How are you doing all of that so that you can remain a going concern and yet prepare for the future? So I'll just kind of go Ajay to Jeff to Rayford, and I'd like to hear your perspectives. Ajay.
Great. No, thanks, Richard. No, I think that's a great question about how do you make decisions on capital allocation, given the uncertainties that we are dealing with. So the way we think about this is we are making kind of a fundamental kind of internal shift in kind of what kind of company are we going to emerge into as the energy transition unfolds. And we think of it in terms of three discrete pillars. The first one is that our existing conventional business is absolutely going to be around for decades to come. This is not just a magic switch that can be turned on or off. We're going to continue to provide the world the energy that it needs, which is going to continue to include a number of our existing, upstream and integrated gas assets. That, in fact, our core business is the one that actually funds the energy transition, so to speak. Yeah? So that's very much the fundamental bedrock of that, while recognizing that we do see the peak, if it's not already come, is pretty much there, but it's going to be a peak in terms of a demand side of the equation. So we will see a year-on-year reduction in investment and capital allocation in some of those upstream businesses, in the future, and a more refocus on a few key areas where we believe we can get the most value. The second part is the shift towards the low carbon fuels. So that's the transition business pillar. And we continue to see year on year an increase in the gas portion of our portfolio. So, and that's kind of another arena where we do see gas replacing coal in a lot of parts of the world. And again, it's certainly a cleaner burning fuel. So I know there's a lot of conversation around, is this really truly a transition, fuel or not? We truly believe that gas has an important role to play in this mix. And so we see that as kind of a transitional pillar with our LNG business and our integrated gas business. And the third piece is a year-on-year increase in the investment in the growth pillar, which is truly where this new energies piece comes. So currently at the present time, we are already allocating between $2 to $4 billion a year of our capital in this space. That is something that we see is going to continue to increase in a dramatic fashion as we start building a fourth vertical in power. So we have had oil, gas, chemicals, for decades. Power is going to become that fourth vertical, but it can only happen in conjunction with each of these three pillars working in close proximity to each other. There's no one single, leap that we're going to make. It's going to be happening and unfolding, but with a true sense of purpose towards where we want to go in the future.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I think it really starts at the top, trying to create the vision and direction for the company. And this is going to sound a little bit corny, but our CEO, global CEO, Akio Toyoda, his name is on our vehicle, he created the vision of making customers happy, and actually went as far as to say, make them smile. And that's kind of Toyota's goal. And so as we look at all of these issues, of course, there's a lot of issues that have to be managed, right? We're talking now about sustainable development goals and reducing carbon neutrality. There's social justice goals. We now have a policy with USMCA and trade, and all these things have to be managed, but they shouldn't distract us from our main mission again, which is taking care of the customer, which is why we're trying to make investments through R&D, through partnerships in new companies, partnerships with new companies, in solutions where we feel we can add value downstream to the customer. So in other words, looking for some of their pain points. But to really standardize this vision, our executive team created what we call the Toyota 2050 Environmental Challenge, which lays out our aspirations and our targets for CO2 emissions, for conserving water, for reducing waste, for protecting biodiversity. And once we have that vision, then the business units start to put together the action plans about how to deploy and where to deploy and how to do it in a smart manner. So, again, it really starts at the top. A lot of action plans. It's really frequently discussed. As you know, things change so quickly that you have to refresh your plans several times a year. But again, hopefully it's just a refreshing and a tweaking, and it's not a major overhaul.
Okay, thanks. Rayford.
Yeah, so for me, I think it begins with the concept of, and I'll paraphrase the great hockey player Wayne Gretzky, who said, I don't skate to where the puck is, I skate to where the puck will be. And I think that's probably the first fundamental pillar, whether it's of leadership or of a company, is trying to not just delight the customer, but know where the customer wants to be. I think that once you have that in mind, I think the principle behind it is having good, strong, solid ways to create insights as to like, what does the customer want and what is the best way for me to allocate capital and to de-risk my business and to move to that outcome. And that to me speaks to a fundamental associated with data and analytics. And not just because I work at Google. I mean, I spent 30 years in energy prior to coming to Google. Like you really want to have a good understanding of what's the priority. Why do I want to go there? What's it going to cost me? What's the benefit that I'm going to generate? What's the risk and return of it? I think if that's the kind of the motivating factor behind trying to make decisions, I think then once you're kind of going in that direction, whether it's to delight your customers, to provide those services, to reduce your costs, to improve efficiencies, like those are all suitable outcomes relative to whatever we're trying to do. But it does very much begin with having the desire to be where the customer wants you to be and understanding that, and then using analytics, insights, et cetera, to drive you in that direction.
Okay, very, very briefly then, Rayford, where does the customer want to be? What's the number one item?
Well, it's interesting because we're all talking about energy and energy transformation here. I can tell you that in my past in working for utilities, we always had this thought that customers really don't understand the trade-off between, the cost of doing this sort of thing and the benefit that they might get from it. But at the top of the presentation, I thought you summarized it well, which is, if that really is how we approach the problem, we get those forecasts that always miss, right? And say that adoption looks ridiculous, very lower than what it is today. When I think about what customers want, they want it faster, better, cheaper. They want it cleaner. Cleaner is as much a priority as anything else. Yeah. That doesn't mean, though, that we have to blow up and start over and do things completely different. It does mean that how we get to the outcome the customer wants, which is really as much around how we get there and clean capabilities as it does about, whatever the end product is that the consumer wants. But, think about automotive transformation. People don't buy electric vehicles just for the cleanliness. They also buy it for the experience, right? Those vehicles operate more efficiently. They have better torque. Same thing for where we are in analytics and in Google. Like, people don't just buy it because it's clean. They buy it because it's a better product. And that ultimately is what this is an underlying attribute too, which is better products for consumers.
Yeah. So kind of along the lines of, better, faster, cheaper, and cleaner. Now, as we consider the imperatives that maybe a shareholder and other stakeholders like society at large want, Ajay, when I look at the cleaner portion of your presentation, part of it, for example, one slide you showed, which is truly eye-opening, is a slide showing the % increase in electrification.
Yes.
As I look at the trend, which is fairly well behaved up to almost the present, and then I look to the future, they are wildly divergent.
Yes.
Is that even remotely a basis for Shell to say, yeah, this is our planning basis?
No, I think that's a great question, because there's an aspired kind of target that we have, that this is kind of how the world would need to evolve to in order to get to these net zero targets, and then there's the reality of what is the true pace and uptake. Depending upon which part of the world you're operating in, there's cause for more optimism, or less. So even to your prior question, around the customer, we think about this in terms of different geographies, because certain geographies in the world are more kind of willing and ready to make that next step. But the part that's still missing is around the who pays, and I think this is kind of an important part of the conversation today also, because magically this infrastructure is not just going to happen. That is going to be required for making this electrification. Even when I heard Rayford's fantastic presentation on the data centers and the energy demand, one of the things that goes into my head also is that a lot of these data centers are in remote locations. So even if you wanted to kind of have complete clean electricity coming into these, what is the infrastructure to even get it there, and what are the evacuation pathways? How are we going to kind of put that sort of investment into place? But I do believe, Richard, that there's plenty, of course, to be optimistic about it. Certainly in the Western world, I do believe that the trends are in place, and especially now with governments getting their acts together and saying, yes, we are willing to make those sort type of investments that'll be necessary to work with private enterprise, along with the right kind of policy incentives. I do believe that it can happen. Whether the pace will be the pace at which we would like to see is to be determined, and of course we would have to kind of modify the pace at which we grow our own new energies business and positions as a consequence of that.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, as you look at that pace of electrification, really what we're interested in is the pace of, let's call it, clean electrification. And
Absolutely.
What we know is that in many parts of the world, the parts where energy demand is growing fastest and where CO2 emissions are growing fastest, and where this is going to be a huge problem, that's a challenge. And
absolutely.
And so as I look at these, and I look at the measures one might take to address CO2 emissions related, for example, to power generation and electrification, then I look at the costs related to that. And you mentioned CCS, for example. Making that viable, financially viable, let's say commercially viable, to where an investor might be interested in, is a challenge. So I'm trying to explore the not the impossibility, certainly, but the great difficulty. And I've heard words like daunting, unprecedented. I mean, words in this Energy Week that suggest this is incredibly tough thing to do. And so how realistically, and of course I'm assuming very realistically, are you looking at the bottom line? And I want Jeff to come into this discussion, and Rayford as well.
Yeah, Jeff, would you like to go?
Yeah. So that's exactly the point, and I tried to share that in my remarks earlier, but I don't think there's any doubt we need to get to an electrification future. It's what is the best method to get there, and how quickly will it happen? Yeah. Today battery electric vehicles are still less than 2% of the market. If you look at the customer, trying to understand and anticipate what they want, they're affluent, usually over $120,000 earned per year. They have multiple cars in the household. They're college educated. And, we can go on and on and on, but that doesn't, the majority of the public doesn't meet those criteria. And so you have to offer other solutions. The average age of a vehicle on the road is over 11 years. And so the best way we can start reducing the carbon footprint is to start replacing out some of those older vehicles, and trying to upcharge them to a $70,000 battery electric vehicle may not stimulate them to decide to turn in their older truck or their older sedan. And so this is where, again, I'm not saying we shouldn't encourage by policy. I think there's a role for policy, but I think we also have to balance that with the consumer needs and the consumer desire, and find a middle ground where policy can support us in this path, and not direct or dictate like they're trying to do in China and Europe.
Yeah. Okay. Rayford.
Yeah, I mean, so today is the anniversary of the printing press, right? And when that came out, we were able to publish a lot more things, and then typewriters were invented. To me, like I look at these kind of technological innovations, they don't remove the underlying need for the ability to communicate. Like in the case of the printing press or the typewriter, we still need to, in the use of energy, move, if it's for a car, or compute or do something, right? There's always this underlying need to do it, and that's not changing. It's really what's changing here is the underlying mechanism to do it. And the real question is what innovation, what capability, at what cost point will really stimulate that. I think Jeff's points are right on, as were Ajay's. I definitely think we're still going to want to do these things, and it's not a one size fits all, and certainly not a one cost fits all. And so there's going to have to be a basket of options that are necessary to ultimately create these outcomes. But as I mentioned in my own talk, I really think it's innovation in 4 areas. It's data and analytics, but it's also just as much the hardware, the regulatory policy, and the commercial structures. Like we need not just different price points, but we need regulations that allow for types of vehicles or capabilities to get to the energy outcome we want. We need data and analytics to help us drive and understand what those insights are. And we need the commercial structures to follow suit. Like all of that has to come to play. I think about how many cars were sold when you had to finance it or just pay up front versus financing it versus leasing it. Each one of those was a commercial innovation that improved that. I'm thinking this sort of energy transformation needs all of those innovations in all of those areas to come about. And I think it will beat all of our expectations, but I have no idea how that will actually play out.
This is kind of the I think the challenge public at large has in listening to what people plan to do is that the future is really quite aspirational, and so you're wondering, are these aspirations being reflected in real corporate cultural change, or are they really kind of not? I look at right now. I look at the commitment of different countries to the RTS scenario. Basically the scenario where companies outline the measures by which governments outline the measures by which they would meet the Paris Climate Accord objectives. Those are way short of the 2-degree criterion, and the vast majority of countries are not delivering on that. Europe as a continent is really about the only area that is. So this to me is the challenge. You all are speaking to it, which is melding together the natural objectives of a company who has shareholders to respond to, and the broader issue of society, which is climate change. And of course, there are other broad issues like alleviating poverty in the developing world, and the list goes on and on. As you look at this, and maybe Raiford, your perspective is really less central to the point of my question, but when I look at Shell and I look at Toyota, two very tried and tested, established, successful companies, looking at a potentially significantly different future. You've gotten to where you are because of your corporate culture and because of your sense of identity and what you've done very well. What as you look to the changes that are going to have to happen at Shell, how do you see the corporate cultural change evolving, and your strengths? What do you see as your strengths, and also, if you would, speak candidly to maybe the weaknesses that you think need to be remedied. And how about Jeff? You start first, and I'll go to Ajay and then Raiford.
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. I think, obviously, Toyota has a very long history, over 80 years, and we've developed a very, I would say, deep culture, right? And it's rooted in something we call the Toyota Way and the Toyota Production System, which I think, a lot of you have read and heard about. And I think it's really important as we transition to a mobility company that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? You want to embrace the strengths that got you where you are today, which, in our opinion, our quality and dependability and reliability, we need to keep that as our core DNA. But as we transition to a mobility company, we have to think differently. We have to move differently. What's got us to where we are today in today's world isn't going to be enough to sustain us. And so our executive team is encouraging our team to think differently. And to Raiford's point, software, data analytics, we're seeing tremendous growth in this area for multiple reasons. As I mentioned, all the data that's coming off the vehicle. For those of you that design a car, in many cases, we anticipate how the customer will use something, and then we'll create design and performance specifications around that. And if they use it in a different manner and something goes wrong, then we have to go back to the design and we add all these reflections and documents and procedures to make sure it doesn't happen again. But now with the data coming from the vehicle, we don't have to guess. We know how the customer is using their vehicle, and we can design, and so we can right size, if you will, based on the customer demand and expectation. And if there's a quality issue, we don't have to wait until X amount of customers have the issue and complain and then report it back through our quality organizations. We know instantly, and so we can act much more quickly. So that's on the quality side. The other side too is data analytics. This will change the way we develop cars. I would say previously we were a hardware first company. We developed the hardware and then we input the software to the component. And what's happened is, unlike a cell phone or a laptop, very difficult to upgrade because in many cases the hardware wouldn't support it. But now we're totally changing the architecture. We call it software first. If you can design the software architecture and you know what it wants to do and what capabilities it should have moving forward, then you can design the hardware around that. So it's a totally different way of thinking for Toyota, but this is how we have to change the way that we develop future vehicles. And things such as over-the-air updates. You know, right now a few vehicles have that, but that's going to be standard on everything. And so it's opening up new challenges, but certainly new opportunities for us moving forward.
Great. Hey, Ajay, of course, you and I come from similar backgrounds, at least professionally, and
Yes,
I worked for a company similar to yours. So I'm very curious to hear how you would kind of promote the existing Shell culture, and then talk about areas where you think it needs to be, maybe redirected to a degree to meet the objectives of the future.
Yeah, no, thanks for that question. It's a great question because as we are preparing for this, world to come, we do need to reflect upon, what is it that we need to change. So the one thing that we take tremendous amount of pride in inside the company is that it's got a deep roots in technology and in engineering prowess. And so our DNA is geared towards kind of doing big things and doing them well, and kind of being an innovator and being kind of the play opener in many parts of the world, and doing new things. And that culture, I think, lends itself very well to this energy transition. The part that's different here is the pace at which innovations are happening, whether it be in the digitalization space that Jeff and Rayford were talking about. I think that's the part that I think we need to embrace a lot more, a lot better inside the company. Because you could very quickly be left behind if you don't start, taking that on board. Digitalization is something that everybody talks about, but but how do you truly embed digitalization in everything? I believe in the oil and gas sector, we are actually slower than our other industry sectors in actually taking that on board and truly unlocking the value of what that can do. The other part that I think, and we are beginning to talk a lot about this internally inside Shell, is thinking in terms of putting the customer at the center of everything that we do. That's again a shift in kind of our mindset, because the customer is coming in with a very unique set of asks and priorities, and the customer's priorities might be very different from what you think that you have traditionally kind of provided to them, and the customers are different in different parts of the world. Our European customers, for example, when we even talk about green projects, a European customer's willingness to pay for green electricity might be very different from a customer that we might be working with in Asia, or a customer that we might be working in Texas or in California. How do we kind of respond to these different type of customer demands and asks? Jeff talked about kind of the future of transportation. How is that going to impact some of the products that we make and some of the products that we sell? So how do we kind of factor in changes in consumer consumption patterns? Is it going to be just a like for like replacement? Because we think it's not just about a supply side of the equation, but what is the demand of that future going to look like? It will be very much dictated again by the customer. So when we think in terms of kind of transformations internally, going from a mindset where it's been kind of more centrally, decision making has been more centralized, to having much clearer ears on the ground, globally dispersed, understanding unique local cultures and local demands, but starting with the customer first and then figuring out how does that get incorporated into the business decisions we make. That's a big, significant shift inside the company, Richard.
Yeah, Ajay, it's very interesting, your response. And frankly, I would have probably given a similar response as an ExxonMobil executive. Mm-hmm. But I will offer a perspective that perhaps the biggest challenge for companies like our own is the interface with society. Yes. We're so good at solving technology problems. And I think that's true for Toyota, and it's certainly true for Google. I mean, that's kind of the default response. But how good are we at doing what you kind of described indirectly, which is listening to what society is saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. And again, whether it be access to energy questions, because it's great to talk about kind of what kind of products and services we might be interested in selling in the developed world, but recognizing also the billion customers around the world that don't have access to basic energy. So what kind of role do large corporations like ours play in that? So towards that end also, we have set an ambition of how we're going to get electricity to 100 million people by the end of the decade. And the solutions that you offer there might be very, very different from the solutions you might develop in the Netherlands or in other parts of Europe or the US. So absolutely.
Yeah. For sure. Rayford, some quick comments on that general topic.
Yeah, I mean, what comes to mind is the innovator's dilemma from Clayton.
Sure.
I mean, this is all about companies are forever in all industries and in all areas. They're always being disrupted by new technology, new marketplaces, new things. And how they react to that is really the defining feature of their survival and growth or their eventual demise. And to me, Clayton's book here really kind of sums up the rationale for being conservative and protecting one's current market and capabilities, and what makes it so hard for those companies to truly innovate out of that box. But it can be done, and it's been done. There are several good examples of it. I think this is the same thing that's playing out here in energy, which is how do we think about transformation and change, realizing that we have a good business as it stands today. What do we need to be doing to not just listen to our customers, but ultimately get to where they're taking us? And it does start with putting them in the center of the conversation, but it also means having a hard look inward and saying, like, what do I need to keep doing and what should I change?
Yeah. On the technology side, coming back to the area of where the biggest impact could be made, and I'm offering that I think it could be in the developing economies of the world rather than the OECD. How do you see addressing some of those challenges technologically relative to the way you might address problems in the United States or Europe? What are the differences in solutions that you might apply there relative to here? Jeff, just quickly, please.
Yeah, it's another very good question. Certainly there are different solutions. And I think what we're trying to do, and I think one of the key words I'll throw out there is partnerships. Yeah. We recognize we can't do everything alone. And furthermore, because of the speed and the pace of what innovation is happening, you have to play small bets. And you have to put feelers out there, and actually with several of the members on this panel, we've had partnerships to deal with some of these issues. Hydrogen infrastructure, working with Shell to deploy stations. We can't do that on our own. And as an automaker, we hesitate to actually involve in infrastructure, but we know the importance. We're working on new business models with Amazon Web Services and Microsoft, where we're looking at how vehicles connect to the grid. When do they charge? We started a subscription last month that a customer can actually charge their plug-in, and we'll bill them for renewable energy that we're providing. And so there's all these new kind of business models that we're exploring. And what we're trying to do is, again, for each market, each location, try and place these small bets to see what works, to see what customers want. If you're going to fail fast, learn and move on. So that's one means that we're doing. And I think partnerships, that's a really key activity, for all of us.
Yeah. Hey guys, I've got like 2 pages of questions, and I'm going to get to about 25% of them. But I do want to finish before we go to audience Q&A on this one. And really, it's been prompted a bit by Rayford. It's been echoed by Jeff and Ajay. And that is the whole notion of the Internet things and data analytics. So sensors and the ability to gather vast amounts of data, analyze and respond in ways that we could never do before. This to me is fascinating, exciting, but it introduces a whole nother corporate risk that I have to believe that Toyota and Shell are worrying about a lot, which is cybersecurity. So I'm imagining a world where Ajay is sitting at his desk and he's got Alexa up, or maybe Google Assistant or Siri, and he says, Siri, where should I put my next volume of CO2 from this plant? And ultimately, that whole integrated system that makes it so powerful is exposed to risk. So, Rayford quickly, and then Ajay and Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in energy industry, I used to somewhat pityingly laugh about our cybersecurity folks because they were always the last one consulting, right? Well, look, the business would say, I want to go do X. And then I got to go talk with those guys over there, right? And that, I think, was part of the fundamental problem, right? Is that security was always seen as a barrier, not as a feature. But the problem or the opportunity that comes here with this digital transformation is that security is a feature, and frankly, a very, very important feature. And when I think about energy infrastructure, energy management, risk management, all of these things, like this is increasingly becoming, if not the #1 topic in the conversation, in the top 3 for sure. Yeah. And we need to start thinking about not just how do we do things more sustainably, but how do we do things more securely? And it has to be embedded from the very beginning in everything that we do.
Yep, thanks. Jeff, real quick.
Yes, again, we think this is a critical area as well. The easiest way to lose your reputation or damage it is to have some type of customer leak or issue. So not just on the cyber front, but the consumer privacy front as well, making sure consumers' data. So we have a chief cyber officer, and we're actively discussing and dealing with these issues, but it's a challenge. It's an emerging area, it's an emerging risk, and it's something, again, that we're going to have to learn from. But we're doing everything in our possibles within our company to make sure that we forecast, foresee, and plug any gaps and holes that we have.
Great, thanks. Ajay.
Yeah, just very quickly, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, because it's cybersecurity, not just at a macro level, but also at a consumer level, day to day. I mean, when we think about kind of the number of customers we deal with on a daily basis, with the 44,000 retail stations we have, as we transform to a kind of electrified world, even the act of the protocol of charging, your EV vehicle that you bring up, involves all kinds of questions around data and data security and data privacy and the like. And how do you ensure that you're doing that the right way and ensuring the privacy of the customer and not compromising on that? So there's multiple levels of that, and we can kind of go on multiple tangents on that, on how we would actually do the surveillance and ensure that is kept secure. But it's a huge area of interest and focus.
The great opportunity, maybe the great enabler, and certainly a risk. I want 5 minutes, and I want kind of a short answer from each of you to a relatively simple question. You're at a major university looking to hire students for your enterprise. What are you looking for? So start with Ajay.
Looking for massive amounts of curiosity and optimism. That this is not a problem that is intractable. But I truly believe that the career that the students graduating right now is going to be perhaps the most exciting that they're ever going to have. To have a front row seat in the energy transition, my goodness, how much better than that does it get? So curiosity and interest in actually diving in and regardless of what discipline you're coming from, there's a need for you in this brave new world.
You're saying that, of course, you're saying that in the face of massive layoffs in the oil and gas industry, and really
absolutely
very modest hiring by the oil and gas industry. So what reassuring things can you say to people contemplating careers on that side of the energy business?
That's a great question. And even internally within our own company, we are going through a difficult period, with that, especially with the changes in our portfolio. But I do honestly believe that some of the skills and capabilities that have allowed us to be successful for the past 100 years are some of those same skills which are going to be required, in the future. So I don't think there's a fundamental shift. Yes, data sciences and robotics and all of this will probably play a much bigger role in the future, and perhaps we will be hiring more people with those types of skills than traditional, geologists and geophysicists. But in the grand scheme of things, we are still going to need those same skills and capabilities as we talk about things like energy storage and CCS and other projects like that at scale.
Yeah. Great, thanks. Jeff, quickly, your view.
Yeah, I think on the hard side, I agree. I think we want innovators, we want problem solvers, people that aren't afraid to challenge the status quo. Certainly data analytics, like I said, is really emerging across all facets of the organization. So if you have some of those tools in background, it's great. But I'd also like to emphasize the soft side, being able to communicate. Being able to work as a team. These are, quite honestly speaking, gaps that we're currently discovering and having to reteach when companies or when employees enter our company. And so, if we can do things early on, whether it's through internships or mentoring programs to help with those, I think it would be very helpful.
Thanks. Rayford.
Yeah, and I'll echo those remarks by saying Google looks for 4 attributes in its interviewees. The first one is they look for role-related knowledge. The second is they look for general cognitive ability. But when you start to shift from that, you go from those are the hard skills, and then to, as Jeff's points, the soft skills, which are leadership, which is the third one, and the fourth one is what we call Googliness, which is really the ability to communicate, the ability to work together in a team. Right? These are not to be, put aside as a minor thing. These are really important. If a quarter of your grade is going to be how well you work with others, you should probably focus on that. You can work in teams as much as possible. And so these are the things we look for anyone, whether entry-level jobs or senior management, to demonstrate one way or the other. I think these are all going to be important attributes in any role, whether you're working at a Shell, a Toyota, or a Google, or anywhere else. One way or the other, you need to demonstrate those things.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, I'm going to switch over to audience Q&A, and our curator here, Dave Tuttle, is putting up questions which I hope he'll kind of put in order of general interest. The first of those is really probably directed to Ajay more than anybody else. But what is required to have CCS or CCUS, so carbon capture and sequestration, or carbon capture utilization sequestration, and direct air capture be economically viable and viable at scale? Some place we're not yet today, and I'd be interested in your response to that.
Sure. So just very quickly, so you can get more questions in, is the first one is on the CCS side. I think it's about deployment. We just have to do a lot more of it. We already know how to do it. We one of our flagship projects in Canada called Quest, we have been sequestering 1 million tons a year of CO2. We need to just kind of replicate this. And so in order to do that, one of the things the missing link there, as I said, is public-private incentives. So with 45Q and all, which have been in place, some of the first generation of that has been quite complicated, and how you can actually go from policy to implementation. So simplification of some of the policy and legislation around that would dramatically accelerate CCS. On the CCUS part, on the utilization part, there are lots of great ideas. Some of the technical readiness will require a little bit more time to develop to really convert that carbon to products. And there's a massive amount of work going on in both in industry and academia on converting carbon to value. And so we will be hearing a lot more about end users of once that CO2 has been captured, including doing things like making synthetic aviation fuels. That's something that we have just recently made a large-scale demo of that, of how do you make a synthetic aviation fuel with CO2 that is captured either from a point source or from the air, combine it with low-cost hydrogen, and then make a synthetic fuel at demand. And the last one on the direct air capture, I'm a little bit more bullish about the promise of this technology. But I would put in a little bit more of a caveat around the timing. I think when some of the things that we hear about in terms of this is ready to go, and it's going to come down to a cost point of less than $100 per ton, I think is a little bit ahead of facts. So, but I do believe in the technology. I think whether it be the liquid sorbent system or the solid sorbent system, there's plenty of potential and there's plenty of upside too. There's lots of questions around, is it ever going to be going to make thermodynamic sense to do it or not? But there are lots of upsides of direct air capture because you can put it where you want, and at the end of the day, direct air capture and technologies like that, the so-called negative emission technologies, are going to be necessary, to get to a 1.5 or 2 degree C world. It's not an option. It's going to be required, even at a higher, cost point. Yeah. But I truly do believe that within a decade, we will start getting towards that $150, $200 sort of price point for direct air capture. And perhaps in the decade after that, we can truly drive it down to a further lower cost point with further uptake of that technology.
Those numbers seem more reasonable. My recollection of your slide, though, I was surprised how low your cost of carbon was on that chart. I didn't think it got to those numbers till 2050, and that seemed like a very long time for it to get to a place where most people think it needs to be today.
Yeah, we'd love to have that come in earlier, but this is kind of just our internal thinking about based upon kind of the history of how we see this unfolding. Because again, getting a ubiquitous carbon price, of course, is not that easy. Given some of the history we have had with the emissions trading schemes and the like in the past. So we would like to get it to a robust level where it truly starts driving technology uptake. But that's kind of how we see the story unfolding, Richard.
Yeah. So maybe best directed to Jeff here. Will transportation truly be entirely electrified, and maybe not 100%, but largely electrified? What are the key advancements required to make biofuels viable at scale and at competitive cost?
Yeah, well, yes, I think electrification is certainly going to be the future, and as we've talked about many times, it's just going to be how long.
Yeah.
Again, you're going to see a very slow transition. As I mentioned, it took Toyota 20 years to get up to 4 million units of hybrid sales in total. By 2025, there's going to be probably 150 battery electric vehicles on the road, all competing for 500, 6,000 unit market share, which means, it's going to be tough for some of these vehicles to survive with such low volumes, 40,000, 50,000 units a model. It's going to be very hard to be profitable. So, we're going to need, I think, government incentives to probably support during this transition. I know the Biden administration is now looking at their infrastructure bill, about $100 billion for a cash to clunkers type program. If you look at a $6,500 to $8,000 incentive, that would be enough to maybe incentivize about 1.2 million vehicles. So still about 8% of the total market. So it's going to take a ways to get there, most certainly.
Yeah.
And then on the biofuels discussion, that's something that we continue to look at as an automotive company. Certainly vehicles today are capable of supporting biofuels, but the issue has always been just getting it on a cost basis, getting it to where it needs to be. There's also issues, food versus fuel and cellulosic versus non-cellulosic. So always a lot of challenges there. But again, I think most people are now putting their research dollars into electrification versus bio.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So Rayford, a rather general question, but I'd like you to address this. What would be the best way the public sector could work with private industry to facilitate the energy transition?
Yeah, I
think this is twofold. One is the role of the role of the public and private sectors, and then how could they work best together?
Yeah, I think first, private and public partnerships, partnerships in general, are what's necessary to get to the outcomes that we're looking for. No one company or country even can do all of this alone. That being said, the way I think about these is that there are two different strategies that we could go implement as in this partnerships. Those that are mitigative, meaning we're just going to mitigate the bad things about what we're doing, or transformative, meaning I'm going to focus on the good aspects of what we're doing. I think trying to pick either or strategies is probably wrong, right? Because it assumes that you can have this binary universe of just turning off everything that we have today and going to this entirely new universe. We have to realize there's a lot of embedded things out there. And where I see the public aspect of this really helping is in that area. In other words, how do we set the rules? How do we think about our engagement to help us overcome structural problems of the assets, the systems, and the way people work today versus where we want to go? Does that mean that it's got to be the heavy hand of regulation? No, not necessarily. But I definitely think there are ways that governments and public entities can help overcome the kind of the current. Where I look at the private side of it is doing the truly transformative or innovative, which is what new things can we go create that can radically alter the equation? And I think that's where each side plays a good aspect in terms of what they do best. So helping protect and create and work around what is here, and those that are creating something new and innovative tomorrow. That's the best way I see them connecting up.
Yeah, might you say that the public sector, if you will, or society at large, really has a potentially very important role to play in setting policy? I mean, in one way, shape, or form, you would hope that sort of policy direction that's going to directly affect you and Toyota and Shell would come out of that, and that requires informing the public, being transparent in discussions about issues that will allow them to make informed decisions and guide their policymakers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ajay, perspective on that?
No, I think nothing more to add. I think I agree with what Richard said.
All right. Or Jeff, what?
Yeah, the only thing I'll add, when we talk about policy, especially from a fuel economy perspective, we need one national program.
Yeah.
And I think that's the debate right now. If we allow it up to the states, we're experiencing that with automated driving right now. It just becomes a hodgepodge of rules and regulations, and it makes it more difficult to deploy new technology. So we really need to have a national program.
Yeah. Okay.
I would love to get there, but I think we're going to have to anticipate that it's just going to be regional.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll just work with that.
Right. This one is another transportation question, so direct this one to Jeff. With respect to the different forms of transportation electrification, which forms, BEVs, FEVs, H2, fuel cell vehicles, will ultimately be dominant in which market segments and why?
Well, until we reach economy, well, obviously BEVs and fuel cell, we think, have the most promise. Toyota's been very keen on fuel cell for a long time for many reasons. Hydrogen is most effective for longer ranges, demanding duty cycles with minimum downtime, stores more energy than batteries at a fraction of the weight, less burden on the electrical grid, faster refueling, a lot of benefits there. Obviously, the drawback right now is infrastructure. There's very limited refueling stations, throughout the U.S. BEVs also have a great possibility, but they have many of the similar issues, right? We really need to have that infrastructure in place. We need some improved technology, especially on the battery side, from an energy density, just to provide greater range. And so both have a lot of opportunity, and we're very bullish on both, but there's a lot of homework that still needs to be done. I mean, we haven't even talked about recycling. And, once you have millions of lithium-ion batteries on the road, what do you do with these batteries? And right now, it's not very lucrative to recycle a lithium battery. It's very cost prohibitive, but it's an issue we're going to have to deal with eventually. So we're already studying how to repurpose, how to remanufacture, other different applications we can use these batteries for. Maybe, Rayford's power plant, we can use some of these secondary batteries. So a lot of opportunities that are being explored, but we're not there yet.
Yep. We have got about 3 minutes to close. So I'm going to offer each of you like a very short opportunity to make a final comment with regards to the topics we've been discussing. Ajay.
Great. First of all, thank you, Richard. I really enjoyed this time that we had together. Lots of interesting topics to debate and talk about. I think for me, the last thing I would say is that I remain extremely bullish about our industry. I believe that we have the capabilities, the knowledge, the know-how to play a central role in the energy transition. We are not yesterday's industry. I truly believe that, in my heart and my soul. But I also think that this is not a bridge too far. This is not Project Impossible. Yes, a lot of elements need to come together, but there is a clarity of vision on what we as Shell, of course, need to do, but more broadly, we as society need to be doing to be able to get there. And I'm very confident that we're going to get there by continuing to have more forums and dialogues like this to kind of get everybody onto an even playing field and just go after it. So thank you, Richard.
You bet. Rayford, how about you next? Like about 45 seconds worth of you next.
Sure. I was going to say something really quick, which is like Ajay, I see a very promising future in front of us. And the fact that we're all here and from different companies and different industries, and yet singing a very similar message, I think says that we're going in the right direction as a company, as an organization, as a society, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Great. Jeff.
Yeah, just to go back and quote our global CEO, Akio Toyoda, as I did at the very beginning, the possibilities of what we can build are endless. And I think there's a lot of opportunity. All of these disrupting technologies are amazing enablers. And it's just a matter of how we can bring these to market as quickly and as timely and cost effectively as possible, to meet customer needs.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to thank you three gentlemen. I think it's been a very interesting discussion. I wish we had another hour to explore a whole host of issues that we didn't quite get to cover. But I want to thank you, and I want to certainly thank the audience for their participation. And I look forward to seeing the general themes we've elaborated continue to be discussed.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Yes. Bye.
Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us for this session. Our session this afternoon is titled Funding the Transition, How Not to Break the Bank. We really couldn't be more excited about the 4 individuals who we have joining us as our experts for this panel. Each of them has storied careers and are well-known quantities in the energy space, in particular in the finance arena, and are tackling this question about funding the transition, operating at the forefront of industry, finance, and research. So during our discussion today, we're going to cover a number of perspectives ranging this topic anywhere from changing investment and capital strategies to perspectives on the influences of the ESG movement. A note to our audience, we're talking about funding the energy transition. So this is a very broad topic, and we have some of the best experts that you'll have access to anywhere. I want to really encourage you to use our question Q&A function on the platform to submit questions as we go. And I'll do my best to surface those and ask those at the right moment throughout with our experts. And a quick note, that ask a question button is at the top right of your screens. Okay, so let's get started. I'll introduce our panelists. Keep in mind, you can find a longer bio on each panelist in our Energy Week website under the speakers tab if you want to see a little bit more about their backgrounds. And I'll ask each of them to give us a little bit more on what their current role is and their backgrounds once they're into their first comment. But to start, there is on our panel, Jonathan Silver, who serves as a senior advisor for Guggenheim Strategy. Good morning, Jonathan. I'm sorry, Guggenheim Securities. Apologies for the. Next, we have Barbara Berger. Barbara is president of Chevron Technology Ventures and vice president for innovation. Good morning, Barbara.
Hey there.
David Bodick. David Bodick is senior director and sector leader of S&P Global Ratings Public Power and Electric Cooperative Practice. Good morning, David. And finally, we have Dr. Sue Tierney. Sue is with us from the analysis group, where she is a senior advisor. Good morning, Sue.
Hi.
Great to have all of you. So we're going to jump right in. And I'm going to start the conversation high level. Sue, I'd like to start with you with this first question. Would you give us your perspective? What new directions in energy finance, from technology to investment strategies, do you expect to take shape over the next 5 to 10 years?
Thanks, Eric. It's really exciting to be part of this Energy Institute panel, so thank you very much. I'm going to start by highlighting some of the findings of a February 2021 report by a National Academies panel, and the report's called Accelerating the Decarbonization of the U.S. Energy System. This is going to be a different take than you'll hear from the other panelists, my colleagues here today, because what I'm going to talk about is a number of federal budgetary actions and other policies to stimulate private finance and investment in the decarbonization and the clean energy transition. So that's why I'm talking about this. Varun Rai from the Energy Institute and I were part of this. Well, we still are part of this National Academies Committee, as are many of the other speakers at the Energy Week this week. Today, Danielle Dean Ryan is in the panel after us. And yesterday you heard from Julia Haggerty, Clark Miller, and Vivian Lofness, also from the committee. So here's the report. The committee was asked to answer the following question. What's going to be needed to meet a net zero greenhouse gas emissions target for the US economy by 2050? We were not asked, is it a good idea? We were asked, take that target and tell us what's the, that's the objective function. How do we get there? And we focused in this first of our 2 reports on the question of what should the federal government be doing during the next 10 years to put us on track for that target. So we lay out a number of dollar policies, use of federal dollars and other non-monetary policies to stimulate private investment, create jobs, encourage clean energy manufacturing in the US, technological and social and institutional innovation, social equity and environmental justice, and many other aspects of the energy transition. I won't go over all of that by any means, but we conclude that the net effect of those policies that we lay out and the private actions is that there will be a feasible and affordable transition. So it won't break the bank, according to us, but there'll be a lot of new capital flows in the economy. For example, we point to the need for $2 trillion of incremental capital that will be needed to change out the energy using, producing, and delivering system. But we think there'll be enormous savings in energy expenditures, principally related to buying gasoline, avoiding buying natural gas for heating buildings, and other operational costs that will offset those capital requirements over the decade. So this is investment in more efficient buildings, more efficient vehicles, more efficient appliances that helps us to reduce overall energy expenditures. And because much of that investment is going to go to modernizing and electrifying end uses, then there will be lower overall energy bills, even though there'll be higher electricity prices, higher electricity bills, but that will drive lower overall expenditures in the economy. So this is investment with a payoff for sure. So I'm going to tell you I'm going to tick off a number of the policy recommendations, and then I'll pass it on to colleagues. First, remember, we weren't asked whether this is politically feasible. We were asked, what will this take? So starting point, we would put a $40 a ton carbon price on energy in the economy. That would produce $2 trillion in investment, or that would produce $2 trillion in revenues over the next decade. And there would be other sector-specific policies like a clean energy standard for the electric sector, vehicle standards for cars, and those are not on the federal budget. So things that we recommend to be funded federally include R&D on clean energy technologies at 3 times the level that's invested today. So that would be about $200 billion over the next decade. We would recommend Congress establish a federally funded nonprofit green bank called the Accelerator. That, on our recommendations, that would be $60 billion. There would be expanded support for low and moderate income weatherization and electrification. We would have a GI bill, a GI type of bill for getting the workforce and researchers and technicians and so forth who are ready with the capabilities for a clean energy economy. There are incentives for clean energy manufacturing. There's a national transition corporation to help those communities that are going to be losing jobs and economic revenues locally, and block grants for transitions as well. So let me stop there. As I said, we concluded this doesn't break the bank, but it's going to require a lot of new capital flows.
Sue, I want to jump in with a quick question. So you mentioned one of the proposed solutions was a large investment in a national green bank. So I think for the 5 of us, we probably know a little bit of the parameters of what that is. But I used to work at NYSERDA right next to the green bank, like across the hall. And I remember constantly having to explain what our green bank was. But can you tell us, from the scope of what's being called for in the decarbonization report, what's a green bank, and what is this specific green bank? What's the timeline it operates over? Where is it going to be impactful, and why is it additional to the work that some of the other folks on the panel are doing in the private sector?
Great question. And New York was really one of the leaders in setting up a state authorized and seed funded green bank. There are many states around the country that have already established them. There are many states around the country that are trying to establish green banks. And what these do is provide leveraging of projects that are either too small a scale, too risky in some sense, but would provide enormous benefit to different constituencies and have payoff over time for a transition to a clean energy economy. And those local green banks basically have a investment queue that for each dollar, I think the stats are that for each dollar of the infusion from the green bank, there are $3 brought forward from private capital. Now, a national green bank would be an attempt to try to scale up and move the level of funding for those existing state green and local green banks, but it would also provide scale for projects that really cross state boundaries. So think, for example, of interstate transmission enhancements, where you really need to pull in a variety of different states to get the job done. It might be involved in other things that can monetize the work that's being done in many states and aggregate it up for financing purposes from other places. So this is being introduced in Congress. It's already been introduced, I believe, in the House. It's called the Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. That's just critical information. I really appreciate it. So let's see. I see Jonathan Silver. I see you're unmuted. Would you like to take us next to your point of view and tell us about what you expect for new directions in energy finance?
Sure. Well, Sue did a great job, I think, of laying out the policy framework within which a lot of the decisions and financing tools will be established from the public sector side. So maybe I'll just identify a couple of things from the private sector side that are already beginning to make important contributions, and I think have a significant role to play over the next few years. Now, one of them, which I'm sure everyone's reading a lot about now, are SPACs. And if you don't know what a SPAC is, it's essentially a blank check company. Public funds are raised in a public entity, and then that public entity goes out and acquires or merges with a private company and brings it public. SPACs are becoming a major force now in the ESG space in general, and much more broadly than that. There are probably 500 SPACs in the market today, about 40 of which have some kind of ESG focus to them. They are important because regular way IPOs have become very costly and time consuming, particularly for emerging tech companies. And as a result, the SPAC is an attractive alternative model. One of the fundamental reasons that's the case is that emerging technology companies can use forward projections rather than just historicals, which is what an IPO limits them to. And it's a way of getting a lot of capital to clean economy companies quickly. I think they're here to stay, despite the fact that there is some fluff in the market right now. There's a little bit of a heady market because, on the one hand, privately invested companies require some kind of public exit for the private sector investors, private equity investors, to make a return. That's number one. Number two, there really aren't enough publicly traded companies in the clean and sustainable sector for retail investors to be able to participate in. And third, pension funds and endowments increasingly have mandates which require them to make investments in publicly traded companies that have those characteristics, and there just aren't very many of those. So I think over the next few years, you will continue to see SPACs play an important financing role in ESG generally, and in clean and sustainable companies in particular. A second, I won't call it a trend because it's been around for a while, but a second area you'll see continued activity is in venture debt. Venture capital is a very difficult way. I was a VC for many years, and venture capital is a very difficult way to invest in clean tech in general. And that's because, as everybody knows, generally speaking, these companies are capital intensive. The investments are often illiquid. And to a certain extent, particularly with renewables, for example, they have bounded returns. Utility scale returns now are in the 5 to 6% range, which is just not attractive for venture capital investors. So an alternative is venture debt. Venture debt generally is capital put on top of venture equity investments, but you will see it in a more general form in the form of green bonds. And in fact, that area has become very, very significant in the last few years. Sustainable bond volumes doubled in 2020 over 2019. I think it was something like $540 or $550 billion of sustainable bond issuance. And that's on both corporate and sovereign bonds, both of which are attractive. So in the last year, Apple, Toyota, Unilever, all of them issued corporate green bonds. And I think we'll see a good deal more of that. And the last thing I'll touch on, although I certainly agree with Sue, green banks and others are other kinds of platforms that will be relevant. Maybe the next big wave of private sector finance you'll see is in securitization. And securitization is really nothing more than the aggregation of various financial instruments like bonds, for example, and then slicing and dicing them against their risk and return profiles to make it easier for individual investors or institutional investors to acquire the risk and reward packaging that they want. There is now enough debt in the market and enough investment in the market in general that the pools are big enough to be divisible. And so I fully expect over the next 3 to 5 years, a good deal of green securitization to take place. So those would be some of the things I'd identify for you.
Jonathan, thank you so much. Your perspective is so rich. I would have been reticent to ask folks to discuss SPACs. So since you brought them up, so gingerly, I want to actually follow up. I have one question for you before we move along, just because that was such a nice seeding. Are there fundamental differences in who's participating in financing via SPACs? Are you actually, from your perspective, if there are 40 clean tech related SPACs in the market, are these different investors, or is it investors, the same cast of investors getting involved in a new vehicle? How would you describe that?
That's a harder question to answer than you might think, because raising SPACs is actually a two-part process, and there are two different kinds of investors. So the first thing, I won't draw you into the boring details of it, but the first round of capital is how the SPAC becomes a public entity through its IPO. And the investors in SPAC IPOs of all kinds are typically hedge funds. And the reason that that's the case is that a SPAC investment gives you a unit that includes a share of stock and a piece of a warrant. And the warrant and the stock are separable over time. If an investor, a hedge fund, decides not to go forward, it redeems and it gets its money back, but it gets to keep the warrant or the piece of the warrant that is attached to it. So it's a unique feature of the SPAC marketplace. Once you have the capital, you go out and you find a company that you want to merge with. You then, the SPAC sponsors, the people running the SPAC, then raise what's called a PIPE, which is essentially a private structure that will invest in this public vehicle. Those investors are long-only investors. Those are the Fidelities of the world, pension funds and endowments, et cetera. And so their perspective and the hedge fund's perspective are very different, and their timeframes are different, et cetera. The hedge funds have no double bottom line. Many of the endowments and pension funds now do in this area. So that's why I say it depends on which pool of capital you're talking about.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay. I think that I'm expecting we're going to get some questions about that. So I thought we might as well clear it out at the start here. That is great. So see how strong we're already starting off with these experts. So next, I'd like to go to Barbara Berger with Chevron Tech Ventures. Can you chime in now? So your perspective, your background, and tell us, what do you expect in terms of new directions in energy finance?
Sure, and great to be on the panel. And one of the keys of a successful panel is to put people with different perspectives. So I think you've done a good job on that one. So I run the corporate venture arm of Chevron, and I'll talk a little bit more about Chevron as we go on. But We've been around for about 22 years, so longest standing corporate venture in oil and gas. And our perspective is different, right? Because we are using venture capital as one avenue by which we support and access innovation. So relative to, energy is very broad, and we invest across our core business as well as the future energy or energy transition. What I would say is, there's a lot happening in this space. So some of it dovetails with some comments that Sue, brought up in that, we need more innovation. So when we think about that future energy system, when we think about 2050, there's a lot of things that are available today, but they don't get you to net zero. They get you further than we are right now, but they're in all of the various pieces. There's hard to abate sectors. There's how do you take the grid and make it both low carbon, but also resilient. And so, you come back to that research and very excited that the program she talked about and the study that they talked about that they recommended increase funding really in two parts of, from the R&D side, but also up to the demonstration side. So if I think about my world from a corporate venture standpoint, there's a diversity of players. So, we have about 350 co-investors right now. And I would say that that's some sort of curve that has accelerated in the last few years, and it continues to. And the investors are other corporates. The investors are financials. The investors are impact funds. The investors are high net worth. The investors are private equity that are coming down into venture, some early stage, but late stage. So there are a lot of new relationships to come together. And, we find that to be actually a good thing, to have a diversity there. I think the other piece of it is that there's a more holistic approach that, because I think energy innovation and as mentioned that the energy venture capital is hard. Some of these are very tough problems. The time horizons are longer, turning science into technology into a business, and then what is the business model is a lot of challenge. And so I think there's a more holistic approach. The Department of Energy has certainly weighed in on this. Bill Gates and the Breakthrough Energy has weighed in on this. And so we see the confluence of goals, non-financial goals like net zero, either at a country level or at a company level, very much driving what people invest in or what companies invest in and how they work it. And the last piece I would say, and it's just a plug, is that innovation that can't scale is interesting, but. And so the incumbent energy companies have a vested interest in stuff that can scale and can make a difference in the system. And so the ability to help with that scale is something that we certainly have a reputation of doing. We're finding that's increasingly valuable as you have a diversity of investors, is not all of them have a test kitchen that is called a global operation. And we've honed our ability to use that for the benefit of the entrepreneurs as well as for our own company and the other investors. So I'll leave it at that, and excited to talk more about this area. A lot of things happening.
Absolutely. Mara, it is so exciting to have a corporate venture capitalist with us. It's such an important area. And I just want to mention that it's an incredibly important area for Texas. And we're hosting you from UT, but I really want to call out that Houston, Dallas, Austin, the corporate venture is a major part of our ecosystem. And so I really want to make note of that. But I I have a cheeky question for you. So I want to paraphrase George Will questioning our former Secretary of Education and ask, why must you exist? So here's why I want to ask you that question. There's a lot of venture capital. Why do you need to drive innovation in the power sector? What about a CVC? Is it the strategic alignment? You mentioned core and future though. So are you, is it because a CVC can look at the trajectory and kind of skate to the puck, and in a way that like financial venture can't? How do you most crisply summarize why a CVC is such a critical piece for a large corporate, and why we see them doing such kind of unique functions within the financial space?
Yeah, no, great. I thought you were going to be cheeky and call you like Houston, a suburb of Boston, and I was going to say right back at you, guy. So I think you can look at it from both perspectives. From a corporate perspective, the ability to constantly be able to have an eye to the outside is critical. Our companies are focused on execution. It's what we are good at. And so being able to see where things are going and to be able to access, and it's not easy for the little guys and the big guys to work together. So a corporate venture plays that role as an on-ramp into the company. Now, what do we provide to the set of investors and to the startup? We know the current system, and we know how it works. We know where the opportunities are. We know where the limitations. Not a complete set of information, but we have a pretty good handle on that. And when I mentioned the importance of scale, we're not going to throw away what we have as an energy system. It's going to evolve. Things are going to have to be integrated in, and that's where we see the alignment with the corporate strategy, and our business will evolve. So, I think we bring that to the startup and the other investors. And so it's not just money. It is all that we know and the capabilities we have within our company.
Let me add, if I could, a couple of more to that. I spent 10 years as a VC, but not as a corporate VC. And I think corporate VCs are essential. They're critical to the venture mix. In addition to the things Barbara talked about, she didn't give herself and her colleagues enough credit for a couple of other things. They have a unique capacity to test the technologies that independent companies are building throughout their own ecosystem, which no independent venture capital firm can touch. And in addition, and I'm not being facetious here, they also have the capacity to buy the product. And that's a non-trivial aspect of building a company. So as a VC, we were always interested in and excited to have good quality corporate VCs, and Chevron certainly is one of those.
So Jonathan, thank you. I'll just some stats for that, and I'm very proud of these stats. Over 80% of the companies we've invested in, we've found some way to trial their stuff, whatever their stuff is. So over 80%, which is beneficial for us as well as the company. And over half of them have some commercial arrangement with Chevron. Yeah. So you're right. That's what we lean in with. And, it's probably why we've been successful over 2 decades. Thanks, Jonathan.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Listen, going forth on this panel is truly following Streisand here, but we have David Bodak, someone who is a true expert and at the 10,000 feet level, and is a professional in being on the conference circuit. David, bring us, your perspective. You deal with a different area entirely, but also see a lot of the same, look at a lot of the same broad trajectories. Could you bring us up to speed on your perspective?
Sure. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Eric, I want to first and foremost thank you and the University of Texas for inviting S&P to participate in the program. So I welcome the opportunity to add a varied perspective on this panel, because we at S&P are neither policy advisors nor investors. So we come at this discussion from a slightly different perspective. My group at S&P is, together with my colleagues who follow investor-owned utilities, assess the credit quality of electric utilities. As part of our analysis, we explore the prospects for preserving financial stability as utilities transition from conventional generation to cleaner power production. Among the many factors we look at when considering ratings and ESG attributes of the electric utility sector, we look at the financial and the technological feasibility of the transition that the other panelists have referred to. We believe that decarbonization goals are laudable goals, but piggybacking on some of Barbara's thoughts, in the near term, we identify some technological and financial hurdles, specifically blackouts in California this past August and in Texas in February highlighted some of the operational shortcomings of intermittent renewable resources and the critical need for firming capacity. Firming capacity could take the form of conventional generation, or it could take the form of storage. In terms of storage technologies, I know Sue has written about investment and spoken about investment in storage technologies. Where we stand today, we believe, we at S&P believe there's a long way to go to get there before reaching critical mass or scale, as Barbara had referred to. At the same time, if we turn the clock back a number of decades, we look at President Kennedy in the early 1960s, who challenged the nation to get to the moon by the end of the decade, and we did so. And with some of the policy platforms that are being put forward now, we may be very pleasantly surprised. But where we stand now, the mix of generation resources truly matters in terms of having a resilient grid and having reliability, because again, we've seen from some of the recent experiences that the mix that within some markets does not translate into a lot of stability.
David, thank you so much. Like I said, you have this unique perspective that we're glad to have with us today. I'm going to move on to another question, but this is related to the comments that have come up. One thing that is, has been a truly kind of taken over a lot of discussions in clean energy finance is around environmental social governance. And Jonathan, I know you're an expert on this. You've discussed this at length. I'm sure everyone's familiar, but I want to ask something very specific. I'd like you to tell us, how is the ESG influencing what you're doing? But also, I'd like a little bit of context. How did this go from being, an ESG movement, go from the limited partners and translate into the actually influencing the decisions that are being made on the ground? Because a number of years ago, it was, white paper land, and it's truly like an influential part of the ecosystem now. How did that happen? And then how is it, impacting your work? And Jonathan, if you don't mind, maybe we'll start with you.
Sure. Well, it's a really interesting question, and it has a long and rich history, which we probably don't have time to go into here. But I just want to make a couple of points about what you're referring to as sort of the ESG movement, because it is really unique in a couple of ways. First of all, ESG metrics are by definition non-financial metrics, right? So it's amazing that companies use them at all. I think it's largely a function of the fact that both their consumers and their employees, are demanding it. The market is receptive to it, and the executive leadership of these companies understand that it's an important new aspect of what they're required to do. I think we should also make note of the fact that, which I think a lot of people forget, and we shouldn't lose sight of it here in this kind of specialized conversation, that ESG refers not only to E, but also to S and to G, right? S for social and G for governance. And so the ESG movement actually affects lots of companies that actually have nothing to do with clean energy or clean tech. But I think one of the reasons, maybe the most interesting reason to me from the private sector side, is that the ESG movement actually turns out to be economically attractive for businesses. McKinsey, where admittedly I worked a million years ago, but I don't think I'm biased, did a report a few months ago about the way ESG affected business results. And they identified a number of areas where it was substantively and meaningfully important. One is to top line growth, right? That's pretty straightforward. To the extent companies become and their products become more attractive to customers, customers buy more of them and revenues go up. Cost reduction is another, right? To the extent that a company manages its E as well as S and G effectively, typically energy costs, water costs, and related kinds of expenditures go down. A lot of companies have seen productivity improvements in no small part due to employee motivation, but also in terms of the way assembly lines and supply chains are built out and streamlined against ESG metrics. And then the last one, which shouldn't be overlooked, although it's not quite as tangible, is asset optimization. Because when you are focused on these longer term metrics, you actually take a longer term perspective on capital allocation. And it turns out that long-term capital allocation is a much smarter way to allocate capital than a short-term focus is. So there are just a couple of reasons I think it's become relevant.
That's excellent. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Real quick, I'd like to go to Sue next, but Sue, before you chime in on ESG, I'd like to remind the audience we're coming close to the Q&A part of our conversation, so I'd like to encourage you to start submitting your questions, and we'll get around to those after this conversation. But Sue, ESG, follow on from Jonathan's comments there. What's been the experience? And I think you're muted.
Thank you. You would think after a year that I would be used to this. I don't need to repeat everything that Jonathan said, but I would say absolutely spot on. The one thing I would add is, for all the reasons that he described, that the McKinsey study showed that these are economically attractive, I think that those corporations and nonprofits that are looking at their assets and the returns, and that are dipping their toe into a portfolio that really has great ESG metrics, they are finding that they're great financially too. And so it is paying off. I've seen a number of different organizations where the boards have said, we're about finance. Others have said, well, we don't want to just completely go headlong into this. And the testing has really proven very positive in terms of this working for investors, and then all the other reasons, customers, employees, and so forth.
Wonderful. Barbara?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of things. And following on to Jonathan, we're corporate venture, so the first word is corporate. So, Chevron has a very, I think, robust ESG approach. It is all those letters, and each of those letters has many dimensions, and a dedicated team that works with our investors to talk through our approach. And it goes from the board down through management and across the population. One of them, and the one we seem to have quite a bit of focus on today, is part of the E. And so some of the investments we make are part of our overall holistic approach to a world that is, a future that is lower carbon. The last piece, though, that I wanted to mention is us as investors. So this isn't the investors of Chevron. This is Tech Ventures as investors, and it really gets to the S. And it is still a fairly non-inclusive part of the economy. And whether we're talking gender or we're talking underrepresented groups. So the work that we do in our ecosystems, in our communities, are all about that access part, but it's not access for Chevron. It is access for founders of color and for first generation, for women. So to be honest, I know that throughout the investment circles that part is something that we collectively need to do more, because the investment, just like we see the investment isn't spread evenly across technologies, it's also not spread very well across the able-bodied talent that we have out there that can make a difference in the future.
That is fantastic. David, did you want to chime in on the ESG conversation before we move on?
Just very briefly, I'd like to add a thought on the S, a slightly different perspective. So as Management G moves forward towards implementing E through decarbonization, by and large, the S perspectives are favorable as we decarbonize, and there are health and safety improvements for those who live in the footprint of power plants. But at the same time, there could be affordability issues, as utilities that have made long-term investments in generation assets have to then remake themselves and invest in renewable assets. And so there's the question of who absorbs that cost, and how burdensome might it be for ratepayers to absorb costs of stranded assets or regulatory assets for historical investments, as well as the investments in new renewable assets. So that's another consideration.
Mm-hmm. And David, you actually broached that really nicely for me. One of the audience questions that we received is, with the change in trajectory of investment, what, apart from coal, where there's been a lot of stranded assets in the U.S., where are the other risks related to stranded assets that folks are attending to?
Nuclear, for one. There are a lot of nuclear retirements because the economics of nuclear power plants has really suffered relative to natural gas of late, as well as to many subsidized wind and solar projects.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that there are concerns and questions as people look at new investment in fossil generation, fossil pipelines, that depending upon whether we develop carbon capture and storage in a way that is deployed at scale, then there could be stranded assets associated with new, not just past investment in those resources as well.
That's an excellent point, because let's say utilities that are growing and they need firm capacity. If you're going to invest in a combustion turbine or a CCGT, that's a long-lived asset. So the Biden administration is saying we'd like the power sector to be carbon-free by 2035. That's 14 years away. How do you make that investment decision, and how do you go about recovering that investment?
Mm-hmm. Any other comments on that question? If not, I can go on to the next one. I have lots now that are coming in from the audience. Yeah. Listen, I wanted to revisit just one more thing. I'm loving this acronym, like the utility of ESG here. So going back to the S. So if you were with us yesterday, you would have heard the most focus we've had probably on any conference we've hosted around equity. Now, it's really kind of permeating a lot of different discussions across the energy space in power and oil and gas, from education and R&D all the way through jobs, right? So jobs program, training and transitioning. But I want to come back, finance. This is a panel about finance. What is the role? So Barbara, you were very generous by couching this and telling us a very specific way. So upstream with investors working on the supply of innovation, but where else does finance play a role in an equitable transition when we're talking about minorities and we're talking about social equity to low-income ratepayers and low-income communities? What's the role, and are there any misconceptions about what the finance piece really can do where we have optimal leverage? Sue, I know you have worked all over this topic for a long time. Could you start us off with a quick response about how you see finance and equity?
Yeah, I'm going to let the experts on private finance talk about it directly from their lane. But I really do see this important role of public policy in both encouraging, targeting, and then creating financial incentives to put investment into underserved areas to create those investment opportunities where the communities can have wealth creation as well as good jobs and so forth. So I think that the moment that we're seeing right now, where there is such pressure that has built up, and it needs to be addressed by people of color, by frontline communities, their needs need to be taken into account in this. And I think that's where there's an important role for government.
Thank you, Sue. Wealth creation, absolutely. This is like, I appreciate you bringing that perspective. So I want to ask Barbara, Jonathan, your capital investors, how easy or hard is it to put, apart from investing in leaders, how hard is it to put social equity into the formula for your long-term strategies?
Well, there are a number of programs, and to a certain extent a number of technologies which lend themselves to social equity in the space. For example, the PACE program, both residential PACE and commercial PACE, are designed almost expressly to ensure that anybody can relatively easily take advantage of the benefits of clean power. And to the extent that even those programs aren't successful enough, there are actually backstop programs to those programs, which can reduce any upfront cost expenses or other kinds of things which create these disparities. That's number one. Number two, there are some community solar projects around the country now in which a certain amount of the power that's being produced by the project itself is allocated in different ways, and which can serve an important mitigating function in that. And then the last part is the projects themselves, particularly utility scale projects, where they're not stuck in the middle of nowhere in the desert, actually generate a whole series of jobs and job multipliers directly for the affected communities. Sue can probably speak more articulately to that than I can about exactly what those multipliers are, but lots of them do that thing. So, as a general matter, businesses are not selecting projects on the basis of social equity, but renewables and sustainability projects in general have the wonderful side benefit of being naturally adaptable to those issues, and those of us in financing the space always look at those double bottom lines, to implement them as possible.
Excellent. Thank you. That was one of the toughest questions I was trying to ask today, so I appreciate you nailing it. So I have another audience question that's coming in, and so this is, we're getting more and more specific. So will natural gas be attractive as an energy source investment short-term during a transition period, or is there a long-term investment potential as part of the energy mix for firming or to back up renewables? And maybe David, you might be well positioned to give us a little insight. Who's long on gas right now? How does that look?
So again, going to the Biden administration's goals, you would think that natural gas, the future is not very bright on the one hand, but at the same time, in speaking to the industry and looking at the storage capacity that's available and the need for firming capacity, it would appear that natural gas is going to be a critical asset. But one of the things that we saw in Texas in February is that putting so many eggs in the natural gas basket can come back to bite you. So we believe that natural gas will continue to have an important role to play just because of the technological barriers to developing storage capacity in the near term.
Eric, could I add to that?
Absolutely.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about this question, of course, because like David, I agree that there are definitely parts of the country where the configuration of the transmission system combined with the placement of generation will make it so that you're not going to see some coal retirements if you can't replace with natural gas, or if you can't build, a big enhancement on the transmission grid. And yet those new gas projects not only have to make a financing hurdle, but they also have to make a siting hurdle where there will be huge opposition. And one of the arguments in those facility siting proceedings will be, this is just going to create new stranded cost. So it seems to me that there are ways to think about what are the terms and conditions under which you would go forward. One of them would be to say, for a new gas plant, for example, if you don't have the capability built into your project to build on in future years controls on greenhouse gas emissions, say through carbon capture and sequestration, then you have to shut down at that point in time. You either become carbon neutral or you shut down, and that would send a signal to investors as well as planners about what is the cost recovery period in which I have to get a return on my investment, and therefore it will change the economics of a combined cycle or combustion turbine if it's not going to be over 40 years, but it may be over 15 years. And so I think that there are ways to think about the permitting questions and the financing issues as a way to take on explicitly the stranded cost question.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Thank you so much. And Barbara, I wanted to give you a chance to chime in.
I'll just add something. Sue did a good job with that question, but just, and obviously we're a natural gas producer, and I'm not going to talk about our business, but if you think about where natural gas goes in, obviously power, if you focused on the emissions and the performance of the grid, you'd probably get better answers than focusing on the identity of the feedstocks. But it's also going to go into industry. And there's a number of applications where there isn't an alternative to hydrocarbons at this point, and it goes into feedstocks. So I think, understanding the broader scope of natural gas would be good for investors, not just focusing on the current configuration of gas generators.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you so much for that perspective. So I want to mention we're nearing the end of our hour, but we still have about 7 minutes left. We got a really interesting audience question that goes back to our ESG conversation. This is, so I'm gonna kind of take this literally from our question because I think it's stated quite nicely. So Tariq Fancy, former CIO of Sustainable Investment in BlackRock, wrote recently in an op-ed that the financial service industry may be duping investors with respect to ESG. How do we verify the validity of ESG investments? So take this as whatever direction you want to take that. I think that's a nicely formed question. Want to jump in?
Well, I'm going to say something that I'm risking to be too ignorant about, but let me just give it a try. There are institutions that are quality control on metrics, and having the screen that looks at the different elements that make up ESG is really important to make sure that these are actually doing what they're saying they're doing. And so that needs to be beefed up, but that has to be part of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
David should really weigh in on this as the expert, but I will say just one thing, and I say this respectfully, I sort of disagree with the premise of the question. I think that businesses are not trying to dupe anybody, but I think they are struggling to try to figure out what ESG metrics actually mean and how to quantify them. It's often incredibly difficult to figure out exactly what constitutes a measurable, quantifiable element against the UN 14 or any other set of characteristics you want to use. So I'm sure there's some that are doing greenwashing. That comes as no surprise to anybody. But increasingly, businesses take this pretty seriously, if only because their customers take it seriously. Mm-hmm. So I defer to David as to how to really score it properly, but I don't think we should sort of broad brush the the idea that the private sector in general is somehow trying to pull one over on anybody.
Thank you. David?
So I think that Jonathan touched on a very good point. Businesses take it seriously because customers take it seriously. And there are utilities that we've dealt with that are very carbon intensive. They're in coal country, who a few years ago under the Clean Power Plan, which had envisioned that about 30% of an all of the above approach, and about 30% of our generation portfolio in the US would remain coal. And they thought, we'll just bootstrap onto that and will remain all coal. But I think that they have responded. We're seeing them responding because their customers are demanding that they respond. And winning over the customers is nebulous on the one hand. It's hard to measure, but it adds value to a company. There are both qualitative and quantitative attributes to ESG. One can readily measure carbon reduction. It's more difficult to measure the health and safety benefits of the carbon reduction. Sue spoke to creating green jobs, building all these new wind farms and solar farms. But at the same time, how do you measure the alignment of, like, what are you doing about all the folks in coal country that worked in mines that may be losing their jobs, and you might have a geographic mismatch. So some of this is very measurable from a quantitative point of view, but some of this is not going to be very measurable. But on balance, one can look to see collectively, are we advancing societal benefits?
And David, I want to ask just a quick follow-up. But for a little while, there was a lot kind of in the ether about source tracing, right? So there were firms, there were services. Has that rolled into being a real input into the way that you're evaluating sector-wide metrics?
No, it just very briefly, no, it hasn't been.
That's very briefly. Thank you. Yeah, exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you so much. Listen, we only have a couple of minutes left. I actually want to open the table to our panelists to make any final comments, things we should be looking out for. There's a few hundred people in the audience and a lot of grad students, a lot of Texans. Final thoughts on the topic. We really appreciate everything you've contributed already.
So can I go first?
Do it.
Oh, okay. Eric, I was waiting for some affirmation. So, great conversation. We could have gone on for a long time. For those in the audience that are students, here's my pitch. Energy. We need incredible talent to help us solve, challenges that matter. Whether you come and work for an established company, a new company, you're on the investment side, the policy side, the infrastructure side. We need all of those. And so, there's other big challenging problems in this world. So I'm not gonna try to say this is the only one. But the fact that you came to an Energy Week session means that you have some interest in energy, and we will need your talent and your great ideas and efforts going forward.
Well, I'm glad that Barbara went first, because I say hear, hear.
Agreed.
Yes, I'll only end by saying the fact that this panel is about energy finance suggests, I think quite appropriately, that both of those things are now of almost equal importance in reinforcing one another. And so you don't have to be a technologist to be in this space. You can be a finance person to be in this space. And the capital flows here are unbelievably large and getting larger, and only going to get larger for years to come. Almost every financial tool and instrument that we use on Wall Street has now been or will shortly be adapted to the clean economy, with more innovation to come. So finance plays an unbelievably important role in the successful rollout of the new, the new energy, clean energy economy.
Wonderful. That's our time. I really can't, thank each of you enough. This was a truly terrific panel. We all learned a lot. And I just want to really compliment how great it was to have all of you agree. You were definitely our first line for this session. And I'm so happy that you were all able to make it. With that concludes our time for this session. Thanks again to our speakers. Next up, we have a panel on philanthropy in the energy transition, the visible hand. And our moderator will be Dean of the LBJ School, David Springer. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Springer, and I'm a professor and the interim dean at the LBJ School of Public Affairs at UT Austin. And I also serve as the director of the RGK Center for Philanthropy and Community Service, which is how I think I got tapped for serving as the moderator of this panel, which I'm really excited to do, where we will explore the relationship between philanthropy and the energy transition. This is the last panel in the Energy Institute Conference, so thank you for being here with us. Our panelists, Evan Michelson, Mary Lou Hastings, Danielle Dean Ryan, and Ashwin Dayal will be exploring the ongoing and future role of philanthropy and foundations in energy and community resilience. I'll briefly introduce each panelist. You'll hear from them directly, and then we'll have a panel discussion and save some time at the end for Q&A. I'd like to begin by introducing Evan Michelson, who is a program director at the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. Evan oversees the Sloan Foundation's Energy and Environment program, which seeks to inform the societal transition toward low-carbon energy systems in the U.S. by investigating economic, environmental, technological, and distributional issues. Mary Lou Hastings is the Chief Innovation Officer at the Cynthia and George Mitchell Foundation in Austin. She is chair of the Austin Advisory Board of UT's Energy Institute. Danielle Dean Ryan is a climate and energy justice expert who is currently a senior advisor to the Donors of Color Network and the Lieber Foundation. Danielle served in the Department of Energy under the Obama administration and is currently a member of the National Academies of Sciences Accelerating Decarbonization Committee. And finally, Ashwin Dayal is the Senior Vice President at the Rockefeller Foundation, where he leads the foundation's Global Power and Climate Initiative, focused on scaling up renewable energy access to drive green and inclusive local development. There, he oversees a diverse range of investments in the distributed renewable energy space. Welcome, y'all. All right, let's get this started. Now that we're introduced, we'll dive into our first lead question, our prompt, where we'll go in this order. I'll first turn things over to Evan, then Mary Lou. Third will be Danielle, and Ashwin will wrap it up for us in response to this first prompt. So many philanthropic organizations have been involved in the energy transition, but sharing the unique experience that you have with your respective foundations, please share with us, with the audience, why or how your foundation decided to engage in this work. And perhaps a second part of this lead question is, how have you seen the role of your foundation change over the past decade? And how do you think the role of your respective foundations might continue to evolve? So Evan, we'll turn that one over to you first, if you don't mind.
Great. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. And hope everyone out there is doing well. And a real pleasure to be here with my colleagues from other foundations. And I'm really looking forward to the discussion and learning from them as much as anything else. So to answer your really interesting prompt and question, my take on why foundations are involved in the energy transition is that it really reflects the wide range of goals and purposes that many foundations in the U.S. have. So last time I checked, it was a few years ago now, When I looked at the numbers, there were probably about 75,000 or so philanthropies in the United States, many more globally as well. But the US, has 75, 80,000 or so. Many of these institutions are small, of course, and provide small amounts of grants. But even among the larger philanthropies, I'd say that there's a really wide range of approaches, tactics, strategies that reflect their individual history, mission, and culture. You have a handful of foundations represented here, and we can each talk about others as well. And the reason for these institutions being involved in the energy transition, I think, is as varied as those institutions are. Right? Some of us, like us at the Sloan Foundation, focus on advancing research to address these questions and challenges. Others are more applied. Some are more U.S. oriented. Others take a more global view. Some work on a small number of topics and issues, and others have a much broader portfolio. And I think what's interesting to think about and tease out is that even given this high degree of variation, what you have found increasingly, especially over the last few years, that there are many collaborative efforts both between foundations working on similar questions and issues related to the energy transition, and of course, collaborations between those in philanthropy and government and industry relates back to the last panel that you had. And I think that each institution is looking to have an impact at whatever scale they work on, and are working on issues related to the energy transition in part because it's part of their mission to society to address some of the most challenging issues and problems out there, and there really isn't much more substantial than that than thinking about the energy transition. So I actually think it's really interesting and kind of welcome that the subtitle of this panel refers to the proverbial visible hand. I was thinking about this before, and I think often philanthropy is overlooked, in part because in general, the scale of the resources that we have as individual institutions and even collectively as a field is smaller than maybe the dollar amount that government and industry might be able to provide. But foundations can do a lot of things that actors in these other sectors can't do, right? And I'm sure we'll hear about this from Mary Lou, Danielle, and Ashlyn. Foundations try to be catalytic to create and initiate new efforts. We can be gap filling, right? If actors have funding from other sources, we can provide resources that fill resource gaps that they might have. Foundations, I think, have this ability to both be long-term and short-term oriented. So we can look out over the horizon and think about decadal plus challenges that we can invest resources in, or pivot quickly and make rapid changes to our grant making based upon near-term challenges. So I often like to say that foundations have almost infinite degrees of freedom to do what they want to do as long as they account for their funding appropriately. And when you ask this question, why are they working on climate change and energy transition? I think the answer is going to be really dependent upon the work they do as institutions. So, just to wrap up, for my part, we at the Sloan Foundation largely support academic research in the social and natural sciences. That's been the mission of the Sloan Foundation since it was founded in 1934. Our energy program has given over $50 million in grants over the past 7 years or so to look at the research needs and to create the evidence base, as you mentioned, David, to inform the transition to low carbon energy systems. And I'll conclude by saying that given how intertwined these issues are, much of the work that our program support has really been focused in recent years around interdisciplinary collaborative research teams that are both diverse and are dealing with complex social and technical challenges, and that are looking to provide the research and evidence base that can be used by decision makers in other parts of the system. So maybe I'll stop there.
That's great. Thank you so much, Evan. Mary Lou, I believe we have you up next.
Sure. Thanks, David. Thanks to my Energy Institute colleagues out there for inviting the Mitchell Foundation to be represented on the panel today. Thanks, David, for moderating us. My friend and colleague, Evan Michelson, he wrote a whole book on philanthropy and clean energy technology. So I know that he has a wealth of knowledge of the entire field of philanthropy in this area, but I'm going to talk mostly about the Mitchell Foundation, the George and Cynthia Mitchell Foundation here in Austin. just down the street from UT. We do a lot of funding to UT and other higher education organizations in the state. We've been giving energy philanthropy, energy funding since 2008. We were partnered with the Energy Foundation from 2008 to 2011. So our foundation is focused strictly in Texas, which makes us unique, I think, on the panel here. And I'll get into that a little bit. Like Evan said, philanthropies lie across the spectrum, and the panel here actually is organized along that spectrum from funding mostly or exclusively science and research to mostly or exclusively funding more advocacy for policy change or other things. I won't speak for my colleagues. The Mitchell Foundation is kind of right in the middle. We see ourselves as a bridge from knowledge to action. We seek to fund knowledge gaps or research needs that will explicitly inform either a policy question or an advocacy group, so that we have what we call, or what Amartya Sen, the Nobel Prize winner, called informed agitation. That is what we seek to provoke in society. We are a family foundation. I think we're the only family foundation here on the panel as well. So Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell founded the foundation decades ago for their own personal philanthropy, and we've grown up since then and are a strategic philanthropy with a clean energy program, a shale program, water and land conservation, and sustainability education. The climate program, or the clean energy program, is focused sort of interchangeably with climate. Our primary focus in the clean energy program is to address climate change. And again, we advocate for the state of Texas having a big role in that. We emit 15% of the carbon in the country, but we get about 1.5% of philanthropic funding. So we are always seeking funding partners for our work. And like Evan said, collaboration and co-funding is an important part of the work behind the scenes in the philanthropic sector, because you can leverage resources with partners and create more value. It amplifies the value beyond just a single dollar. We tend to look at problems from all angles. So we consider ourselves sustainability funders. So we look at social and economic impacts as well. So for instance, as an example, while we are certainly supportive of large-scale renewables in the Big Bend or the Chihuahuan Desert or in West Texas in general, where solar and wind resources are concentrated in the state, we actually prefer promoting distributed energy resources, especially solar, community solar, because it's a more resilient to storms, it creates more jobs, it's clean energy, and it doesn't have the land and water impacts that we're seeing from large-scale wind and solar in perfectly intact and rich ecosystems in the Chihuahuan Desert. I will just say that where we're seeing ourselves kind of going, since our program is 13 years old, I wouldn't say that it's changed a lot over the past 10 years to your original question, David, but the focus has remained the same over those years. But going forward, like many of us, we were caught late in the game on equity issues. What we have noticed or observed in our learning about this is that, at least in the sustainability community, the goals take equity and access to resources as a given. I mean, with consideration to those, especially intergenerational equity issues. But the means to get there, we have been caught unawares with not enough attention given to the means to the end. So the Mitchell Foundation is undertaking an internal effort right now to see how we course correct on issues of more focus on intergenerational equity, and certainly more focus on gender and racial equity and economic equity in particular. And I look forward to hearing what my other colleagues on the panel have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Marilu, so much. Danielle, let's turn it over to you.
Thank you. It is such a pleasure to be here, and a special shout out and thank you to Varun Rai for including me, my fellow panelist on the one of my fellow panelists on the National Academies of Sciences Decarbonization Committee. I am here with a couple of hats on, one being National Academies, the other one being the Donors of Color. And what I'm highlighting today is an intervention that is happening to get climate philanthropy to shift, because what is going on with most of the big foundations is part of the reason why we're losing. Obviously, when we think about the climate crisis, we know the oil companies have a lot to do with that. And I'll tell you a story. I spent over 10 years in philanthropy. I was at the Hewlett Foundation. I started their first serious EJ program. I was at the New Constituencies for the Environment. I worked for the Nathan Cummings Foundation, which was more progressive, and which, like Marilu, and I compliment you for the work that you're done, got caught late in the game when it came to issues of equity, and started moving along to make change. And I worked within the Department of Energy at the Obama administration. And the American Petroleum Institute came to me when I was at the Joint Center, which is a Black think tank with people like Lisa Jackson on their committee on environment when it existed several years ago to scale up African-American engagement in DC policy on energy, and people like the former head of the NAACP. And the American Petroleum Institute came to me. They sent a person of color, and they said, look, you are here managing a commission to engage African Americans on energy, climate change, and the environment. And the sort of short story that they tried to sell me, this fellow African American, was, they don't care about poor people's jobs, poor people's light bills. They don't care about diversity. They're elitist, all the stereotypes about the environmental movement. And so you need to work with us, Joint Center, if you care about Black and brown people. And I said, well, I am so thrilled that you care about the poor and people of color. So let's talk about your power plants that are in neighborhoods making people sick. And let's talk about what you can do to address climate change. And that was pretty much the end of the conversation. But the reason why they had the gall to do that, and why today you're going to see headlines like in the New York Times about oil companies quoting the NAACP in places like Florida to try to get them to say that, net metering is bad or whatever, is because the environmental movement and the foundations behind them have made it easy for oil companies to get away with looking like they care about the poor and like Black people. And that's because the environmental foundations writ large have a lot of issues around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so the Donors of Color Network is a group of millionaires of color who got together with the folks I call the hidden figures of the environmental movement, environmental justice advocates who have been doing amazing work, but like that movie Hidden Figures, people don't realize their contributions because of how underfunded they are by mainstream foundations. And we've launched something called the Climate Funders Justice Pledge. It's online at climate.donorsofcolor.org. And the reason why I say it's an intervention is an intervention happens when, I'm going to use this analogy. You've seen someone that says they want to change, that says they know they need to change, they've tried and failed, or they don't recognize they need to change and they're harming themselves or the people around them and their friends. And I know so many of the folks that I'm engaging extremely well, and the millionaires know their fellow donors really well. Their friends come together and say, this is madness, this has to stop. and I'm going to risk losing your friendship over it. And what do I mean by this has to stop? Just the biggest 12 or so foundations, the latest data we have out of a report of the New School, looked at what foundations spent over the course of a year and a half. 12 big foundations, 12 of the biggest. They spent about $1 billion, and the fraction of money that went to people of color-led organizations that have a clue about justice and equity, as opposed to trying to figure it out, was 1.3%. It's a shocking number. And so the pledge says, hey, we know things have changed since then. So we'd like you to do two things. You measure what you care about, just like you measure carbon emissions. So one, share with us what's your current number from the last 2 years on what you're giving to organizations that have deep experience on justice, not who are figuring out. And I'm glad lots of people are figuring out. Those are my friends too. I know what it's like to be on the inside pushing. And then secondly, commit in the next 2 years to get to at least 30%. And so I'll end by saying our premise in sum is we are thrilled that because of so much work done by so many people of color who are underfunded in this movement, and who are the best line of defense and suffering the most when it comes to the impacts of a dirty energy industry. We're thrilled that there's now something called Justice 40 that people are bandying around. And to get to Justice 40, we need philanthropy 30. So I'll end there as a start.
Thank you so much, Danielle. That was wonderful. Ashwin, we'll turn it over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you, David. And thank you to the organizers for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm actually going to be the only one who uses a couple of slides, or 4 to be precise, and I think there's someone who's going to bring up the first one. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the international perspective that my work and the foundation that I work with, the Rockefeller Foundation, represents, particularly on how we as a philanthropy are looking at this whole question of the energy transition from a global development perspective. We all know that there's somewhere around 800 million people who are living without any access to electricity even. There's another 2 billion people who lack access to reliable power, and that constrains massively economic potential. So when we have the conversation inside an organization like ours about an energy transition, we're really looking at it through the question of what does a just and equitable transition look like globally, one that's inclusive of current and future needs. And I have this slide up just to sort of remind us that the dichotomy and the challenge we face. There's no rich country that's energy poor. There's no rich household that's energy poor. We know that providing reliable electricity is the first step for helping a community to lift itself economically and out of poverty in many contexts around the world. And yet, if we examine the data on current patterns of electrification and how energy transitions are happening, we're going to continue to worsen the climate situation. We all know that, even though there's massive progress on renewables. So the question that we've dedicated ourselves to as a philanthropy is, how do we grow access to and consumption of productive use energy to meet the aspirations of billions of people in the developing world, while also being mindful and actually advancing a low carbon future? Next slide. And we do think a low carbon future. Oh, no, we need to go back. That's it. We do think a low carbon future is plausible. So if you look at this slide that you have right now, if we think about it in terms of where we are in sort of the context of today's world, we have a traditional pattern of development in the 20th century that was largely fossil fuel based. It was coal based. We had largely centralized infrastructure, and there was the discourse, at least in the international context, in places and markets where I work, was very much about the zero sum between climate change, addressing climate change, and addressing development. We've been focused really on the whole question of distributed, green, and inclusive infrastructure. Infrastructure that is climate smart, that uses clean fuels, that's distributed and digitally enabled. And that frankly does, for the first time, give us the opportunity of looking at the global energy transition from the perspective of a sort of a potential win-win, if you like. Next slide. That's why we as a foundation actually announced a fairly substantial commitment to this. Committing $1 billion over 3 years, which is just unprecedented for us, including raising additional capital from the market in order to do that, to really unleash the full potential of distributed renewable technologies. And this builds on a decade of work that we've been doing in places like India, and Myanmar and parts of sub-Saharan Africa, which have already sort of touched on the lives of 500,000 people and 16,000 enterprises, et cetera, et cetera. And what we're talking about here, just to get a bit techie for a minute, is just we talk about distributed renewables. We talk about mini grids of multiple scales using wind, solar, hydro, other technologies, serving individual isolated villages to large townships. We talk about productive use applications for irrigation, cold storage, mobility, value sort of processing in the agricultural sector, for example. We talk about commercial and industrial SME clusters that are currently completely dependent on diesel, where new business models can take advantage of these technologies and help spur a transition that is climate smart, but also supporting economic development. And of course, there's more and more happening with grid-connected distributed storage and generation, not just in the developing world, but right here in the United States as well. So if I come to the final slide, what this slide denotes is really, in a sense, the answer to the question, like, how are we looking at the role of philanthropy? Because despite the great technological changes that we've seen that could enable a new kind of energy transition, that can look at the application of distributed renewable technologies at a massive scale, frankly, in the world that I'm operating in, the sector is still pretty fragmented and subscale. And so there's an amazing narrative on the promise, and then there's the reality, and there's this big sort of gap in between. And this is where we really need to operate as a philanthropy, to think about this in terms of systemic market transformations that can scale massive investments in a sector that desperately needs to grow. So what we're doing is creating a dedicated platform with using grant funding to de-risk the sector. And that includes supporting policy development, de-risking actual project development, funding technology R&D, and also pooling sort of concessional capital into the kinds of projects and transactions that would frankly otherwise struggle to kind of get over any kind of commercial hurdle. And just sort of thinking of three key, I guess, qualities of thinking about how, as a philanthropy, we come into this space and make a difference. Probably the most important one is aligning and supporting a multi-stakeholder, multi-partner effort. $1 billion sounds like a lot. We all know in the world of energy, it's really not much at all when you're thinking globally. How do we truly try and use grant capital to reconfigure the incentives that allow others to invest in different ways? And in this case, particularly, we're focused in on a class of development finance institutions that are really focused on the next deal and need a different kind of structure and incentive to get them to think about what is the deal that's going to be in front of them 3, 4, or 5 years from now. The second is really being highly bespoke and demand-led. If we're going to promote a just energy transition in developing markets, we have to think about the different conditions that exist and what it is that different countries need. We have a colleague actually traveling right now in Malawi, which has 11% electrification rates. The needs and the challenges there to think about how the low energy consumers of today, who are going to be high energy consumers 20 years from now, and what does that journey look like, are going to be fundamentally different from even a middle income country like the one that I'm from, India. And then thirdly, which is something that I think all the panelists know very well as working in philanthropies, is that notion of taking a patient approach. This is a 15 to 20 year mission. It's going to require institutionalizing long-term capacity. And it's only then that you're going to really unlock a self-sustaining sort of market transformation. So I'll stop there and just sort of, end with the thought that, we're living in the midst of a crisis right now with the pandemic, and for all of its strengths and weaknesses, the reason that we have something even vaguely approaching an equitable vaccine program around the world, and it's flawed for sure, is because 25 years ago, there was a vision around Gavi and creating a vaccines alliance that the Gates Foundation and others were instrumental in. And I think we have to think in exactly the same way around the energy transition, particularly as we look at it in the developing world. What is the Gavi for distributed renewable electrification? And how do we, as philanthropies, come together to create that movement? Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin. I'm enjoying this discussion so much. We're going to shift gears a little bit and I've got perhaps 3, maybe 4 questions that I'd like to pose to our panelists. For the audience, if you have questions throughout this next section of the panel discussion, please submit those via the Ask a Question button feature, which you can find on the top right of your screen in your browser. And we'll build in time for Q&A after our panel discussion. So to each of our panelists, let me ask you this question, if I may. You each in your own way alluded to rather big gaps left by government or industry that your foundations have filled and may help to continue to fill. So how can foundations such as yours provide a unique funding stability, partnerships, or structural freedoms that are essential and sustainable and powerful? Tell us just a little more of the story about how your foundations are helping to fill these gaps. And we'll just open it up.
I'll start. I think one of the best ways, unfortunately, the Mitchell Foundation doesn't do this very often, but we hear from our grantees that the most stable philanthropy that they would like to see more of is multi-year grants. We fund one year, one grantee at a time. Now, we often fund those grantees over several years, but it's only 1 year at a time. Like Ashwin said, these are all long-term problems, whether it's science, because science takes a long time, technology development takes a long time, markets take a long time to change, policy takes a long time, and they're all interrelated. So we find gaps in science or research. Often on occasion, we partner with Evan at Sloan to co-fund the filling of those gaps. That science takes a year or more to publish the results and whatnot, plus do the science. Sometimes that science, in our experience, provokes larger discussions, either in the policy community or the commercial community or marketplaces, or technology development that then spurs on more work. Of course, our advocates and grantees are doing that work, not us. But we see our jobs as finding gaps in some piece of knowledge or some piece of advocacy or some piece of technology or something, and then going about strategically. We have ways of thinking about these problems that we then deploy our patient capital as wisely as we possibly can, that we know to fill those gaps that then we believe will be amplified in the action of others.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Let's see if any of our other panelists would like to chime in on this one.
I mean, maybe I would just use the analogy. I don't know if you remember in the old early days of computers, we used to have the defragment function and your disk was going crazy. And I kind of see our role a little bit like that. It's not so much filling gaps, but creating the connective tissue between sectors that often are operating in silos, are not sort of intending to, or are not really structured or incentivized to cooperate. So how do you get sort of a government program that's running, and again, in my case, that's running a subsidy scheme on trying to do something in a fairly siloed way on promoting distributed renewable technologies. You've got other private capital providers who are eagerly looking for these projects, but don't really know how to interface, don't have the right policy environment in which to feel that they can come in and take advantage of those subsidies. You've got a gap in local developer capacity. So there's a need for business development support. So it's that sort of the building of that ecosystem and the defragmenting of many small efforts and trying to create something that can have a bit more momentum. And frankly, having the flexibility to fund things that there is no other taker for in the marketplace, right? That's I think where we find our real opportunity to make a difference.
Evan or Danielle, would you like to take a crack at this one, or are we ready for the next one?
I'm happy to jump in. And we are working on making sure, and in this case, I'm an advisor to a couple of foundations, like the Libra Foundation, that I'll talk about in particular right now, making sure that we try to build enough political power and generate enough public participation and organizing to make the conversations and technology things we're talking about right now actually matter. And so I'd submit we'd be very depressed right now if we still had the last administration in power, and this discussion would be truly academic. And there's a tremendous amount of hope right now because of who sits in the White House. And that happened because there was enough power of a coalition, a minority of progressive whites and a majority of most people of color and a supermajority of Black folks that helped to win the election and the Senate to give us the ability to even think about trying to do something serious at this 11th hour. And we try to learn the lessons from the past. And if you look at what happened with the last run at climate policy under Waxman Markey, because of the same challenges around attention to equity and diversity that we talked about, many of the foundations were overfunding big mainstream green groups that were taking baby steps on diversity and thought we can get this done with an insider DC game, and it collapsed, right? And talking purely about democracy, one of the reasons why we got Trump is because he was speaking to people lots of nefarious things, of course, right? Communications, lots of other things. But there was also an underfunding of people of color in key states that were saying, we're not getting enough resources here to mobilize folks of color. And you don't win an election in the United States without adequately funding that. And you don't win on climate without adequately funding power. And so the Libra Foundation is trying to really invest in organizations that understand how to mobilize communities. For those of you that know that oil companies tried to overturn climate, the California's climate law when it was groundbreaking several years ago, I helped to fund a number of organizations working on that. They won because we had an unusual coalition come together of people like Tom Steyer that had deep pockets and folks that recognized we weren't going to get Texas oil companies coming in from out of town, that they weren't going to lose as they try to put a proposition before Californians to say the usual, these rich white folks working on climate don't care about your jobs. To undermine that argument, you needed the Black and brown folks who were saying, yeah, we have some issues with this climate law and its equity issues, but what we need is better climate law, not undermining what's here. And a lot of folks got funded on the ground to have their brilliance and strategic thinking and organizing have enough power to overcome that went down in defeat. So in short, we're trying to look at what failed in the past, what succeeded in specifically energy policy, and what succeeded in getting us to a point where we can talk about Justice 40. And may I say, the National Academy's panel, if you go to their website on decarbonization, has been briefing, we've been briefing for Congress, CEQ, all the rest of them on the recommendations. We had folks like Sloan that helped to fund that. And the key lesson coming out of there, looking at what's happening in France with the Yellow Jackets and others, is that we are overfunding on technology, we are overfunding on policy design, and we need much more attention to equity and engagement and public participation across a broader swath of the United States. So we're working on building the power to make any of these overfunded at this point technology interventions. Technology is great. We wouldn't have won the election without technology. But if you try to do just technology and all the Facebooking, whatever you would want, and all the basic science you want, and all the demonstration projects that you want, and you don't fund enough engagement and power to even get to the point where we can enact these things, then we're fooling ourselves. So we're working to build more power to change.
That's great. Thank you, Danielle. I wonder if I might pose my next question, which is if you can help us explore the role of philanthropy in supporting basic research, say across the natural and the social sciences, as it's related to energy transitions.
Maybe I'll start there, because we think a lot about the funding of research in this space at the Sloan Foundation. So I think what's important to know is that there are many areas in the climate energy philanthropy space that are underfunded. I think what Danielle said is exactly right in terms of the organizations led by people of color is a key gap. Another one is sort of the underfunding of research, particularly in the behavioral, economic, and social sciences. So there have been some studies that are published. I think you have to take all these numbers with a grain of salt, but one study found that sort of at most 4% or so of philanthropy given for climate energy purposes goes towards research purposes. Another study found, to Danielle's point, that over the past few decades, social science research in this area got 0.12% of research philanthropic dollars. Not 12%, but 0.12%. Highly, overspent around by technology related funding. And I think that the challenge there, right, is that funding research is hard. It can be slow, right? The immediate societal relevance for this really pressing challenge can be hard to glean. Sometimes the work can seem esoteric a little bit. But I think if we're going to need the many solutions that we are going to need to develop and deploy for climate and energy problems, we need to account for the technology, the social and behavioral factors as well. We need to have a robust research enterprise. And I think that means funding work across different disciplines, across interdisciplinary studies, across different geographies, and look at different time scales. Research that might be more straightforward and conventional, some work that might be more speculative and novel, replication studies that check to make sure that original findings are accurate. And I think for a lot of the folks that are watching today, I think especially for students and newer scholars that are interested in the energy transition, you need research practitioners, I think, more so than anything, where you have individuals that are trained and conversant in multiple research methods. You see people with both technical skills and skills in the social sciences, but also have an ability to talk to policymakers, communicate their findings well, work in communities, and bridge that gap between the academic world and the practitioner and policy world. I'll just say, there's an organization out there called the Science Philanthropy Alliance that we at Sloan are a part of. I think the Rockefeller Foundation is part of, and a number of other small and large foundations in the U.S. have formed to help newer funders interested in funding academic research, whether it's on energy, climate, other basic science questions, to kind of think about how to fund research, because it's a little bit different than funding work in other dimensions. And as Mary Lou said, I think the ability to create an evidence base is something foundations are very good at, that can then be marshaled for the decision and power building efforts that might be in scope for other institutions.
That's great. Thank you, Evan. Perhaps I'll pose one more question to the panelists before we open it up for Q&A from the audience. And it's based on your experience, what's the potential impact of funding collaborations across different types of funders? So here we're thinking, the private sector, nonprofits, philanthropists, government, industry. What's the role of foundations and philanthropists in doing that work?
mean, I'm happy to start quickly. I'll just say, and I think we've seen this, or I think what Ashwin and Danielle were talking about. I think foundations have a valuable role in signaling and sort of setting the agenda for work, whether it's in terms of the for-profit sector, in terms of de-risking investment, whether it's in terms of bringing energy justice to the forefront. In our world, as as a research funder, we think a lot about signaling in terms of doing open calls for proposals. Some foundations do open calls, some foundations don't. Sometimes there's a mix. Over the last few years, we've done open calls for proposals in the research community to try to signal, especially to the early and mid-career researchers, the importance of guiding their research in a particular direction. So we've done calls on negative emissions in terms of the science and technology development there. We just closed a call related to energy and security, distributional equity, and just transitions. And I think in each institution's own way, there's this potential to signal to the broader community, whether it's government or industry, or even to the other philanthropic actors, where a particular foundation thinks that more work needs to be done.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Evan. I've got some audience questions coming in, so perhaps we can shift gears. This first one, it looks like, Ashwin, it's directed to you. If you can describe the initial partnerships that have emerged following Dr. Shah's announcement of Rockefeller's $1 billion green energy initiative. What partnerships does he believe are needed?
Well, thank you for that. I mean, it's in some ways, it sort of ties to the former question, right? The more general question. So this is the announcement that was made late last year. And, I talked about it in my opening remarks in some senses of how we're thinking about the way in which to operationalize that. So we have an ongoing portfolio of investments and projects, both grant funded as well as PRIs, program related investments into companies that are trying to solve these problems at scale. For example, a year and a half ago, we launched a big partnership with Tata Power in India, who are committed to sort of building up a 10,000 mini grid business, that's solar-run mini grid companies, a solar-run mini grid business to kind of address the question of reliable, clean, green energy. In terms of the partnership emerging out of this latest announcement, I mean, ironically, the sort of first thing we did was to sort of step back and think, okay, now we really, really can't blow this, right? I mean, this is a huge commitment, and we need to really think deeply about the partners that we want to build around this, not just partners who will be critical in the execution and implementation, but partners who can actually align resources to this, right? How do we turn this into an even larger effort? So a lot of our energy and what, since the question is asked specifically about Raj and what he thinks is needed, has been around actually trying to broaden the set of stakeholders that we would work with. So looking at other, this has been a huge catalyst actually to get us to talk more and collaborate more with other philanthropies, for one, who are in this space, for whom, because we were sort of somewhat fragmented and somewhat subscale, we were there was enough room for us to be doing our own things in different places. And now, with this level of commitment, we're saying, look, you can't just do this on your own. You're going to have to try and build a much more authentic sort of jointly owned platform. So philanthropies, for one. I talked a little bit about the development finance institution. So this is more in the international side, but groups like the International Finance Corporation, the US Development Finance Corporation, the European Investment Bank, and others. These are institutions that actually bring tens of billions of dollars of investment into green energy projects around the world, but are doing so only in the most investable sectors, which are not always getting at the questions of equity and inclusion in the transition debate. So bringing them into the fold and saying, look, how can we get a larger portion of your portfolio to be directed towards the kinds of people, communities, and places that need to benefit from energy today, but who you can, through your investment, put on a low carbon path. And then I talked about, the other key partners in this, of course, are governments. They are under, when you look at, with COP26 coming up later in the year, there's a massive tension still out there between the sort of agenda around that as far as the developing country perceives this. That we still aren't beyond the climate as a zero-sum game sort of conversation here. So a lot, to answer the question, a lot of what we've been doing is constructing this platform. It takes time, it takes patience. It takes a lot of talking, a lot of time spent on calls like this, unfortunately, in the era of Zoom, really trying to understand everyone's incentives. We have multiple fora for these conversations taking place. And our goal is really to say, we're not doing this alone. And because we're going bigger, ironically, it's even more of a reason not to go it alone. And I think that's probably been the most important ethos that's emerged since this big announcement, which is of course very exciting. But like I said at the start, we have a single shot really now to really get it right and set it up in the right way.
Ashvin, thank you. Your end of your remarks there provide a pretty nice segue to the next question, which is, what are the panelists' views on the magnitude and time required to see improvements to global peace, quality of life, and standard of living with a massive deployment of clean distributed power? Who wants to take a shot at that one?
Well, I'll mention it's somewhat my personal views, but I share them via the Mitchell Foundation. I question a lot, or through our programs, we are always asking, will a massive deployment of clean distributed power lead to global peace, quality of life, and increased standard of living? Hopefully it will, but there are a lot of rebuttable presumptions in the assumption that it will, that transition will be a just transition. And we hear a lot about this now in the Biden administration and in the philanthropic community, that, again, the ends, the goals are a just transition. The means to get there are not necessarily just by definition or something because it's not fossil fuel powered, but it's going to be a just transition. So if you're mining cobalt in the Congo through human exploitation and putting 12-year-old boys at risk in artisanal mines so that the Congo becomes the Saudi Arabia of cobalt, so that General Motors can meet its transition out of fossil fueled or combustion engines, is that a just transition? It's not good enough. In my view, that's not a just transition, and it's not good enough. And we can't assume that it is. We can't assume that wind power is the best possible solution to our energy problem when after 15 to 20 years, wind turbines go to Wyoming to die in a huge, massive landfill. What are the shipping costs of moving these materials around the globe, and what's the human cost of exploitation to mine some of these materials? And so I think the magnitude and time required, it has to be fast, and the effort has to be global. It has to be all hands on deck. But to us, the fundamental questions of how to ensure that it's just, I actually got into an obscene discussion with a person who said that 12-year-old Congolese boys' lives were worth risking so that Indonesian 12-year-old boys would not die from climate change risks. That's just not that can't be the answer. And so I think until we can answer that question intelligently and compassionately, this just transition and the assumption that clean distributed power can do any of those three things is a massive unknown.
Thank you, Mary Lou. I'd like
Danielle has a comment.
Thank you. Danielle, please.
I feel the angst in that question. I'm from a gorgeous island you should put on your bucket list called Trinidad and Tobago. And if you look at emissions per capita, Trinidad is top 5 or top 6, depending on what year you look at, because the population is so small compared to the amount of energy we put out. And so steel drums, which also come from Trinidad and Tobago, steel band, amazing music, it's from discarded oil drums, right? And we sing about land of oil and music. That's literally the name of a soca song. I love my calypso. And oil money paid for my education. And so the reason my mom had to just find money for uniforms and secondhand books, but could send me to the best school in the country and start me on my path to a panel like this, was because of oil money. And at a very early age, before I had words like sustainable development and environmental justice and all these things that you learn, I was trying to figure out how on earth do we get the resources we need for school and the lights and everything else without me having to walk out into a beautiful ocean and get tar on my skin, or touring the coral reefs of Tobago and watching them over 10 years turn black. So I knew this would be my life's work. And one of the things that I learned is how much of a role philanthropy can play in helping to push back against that obscene discussion that Mary Lou found herself having, which happens when there aren't either the Congolese kids or the Indonesian poor kids in the room, and where it's folks saying, hey, we're trying to save the world, and so by any means necessary, versus saying, when you have a more diverse group of folks in the room, including all the folks that do the technology and the folks that are most affected and who have ideas and are trying to save their communities in the room, trying to figure out how do we get the both and. So in short, I think as we look at that question with angst, and we've been saying we're out of time now for many years, and now the National Academies, I'm proud to say, has caught up with what the environmental justice community has been saying for 20-something years, which is we have to have the both and. The way we get that is by making sure that the process and who's making the decisions is diverse and inclusive of those that are most affected, and that wisdom comes not just from PhD, but from those that are actually part of the equation, and accountability through a good democracy. So this can be solved. We can get where we need to go, but we have to change course, and philanthropy has a very big role to play in that.
Danielle, thank you. Appreciate that perspective. It's really powerful. We have a couple of minutes left, and I wonder if any of our panelists would like to share just brief concluding thoughts or parting words before we turn things back over to Varun Rai.
I mean, I would just echo a lot of what I've heard from Danielle and Mary Lou and Evan, and just say, I think the most important question that we try and grapple with around this question of quality of life and standard of living and the authenticity of the work is to stay focused on what is exactly the problem that we're trying to address here. I come from a background of having worked for 20, 25 years in post-conflict reconstruction economic development programs, actually not an energy person. I was drawn to the world of energy because of the opportunity I could see in front of me around what it could do to improve the lives of tens of millions of people. The fact that it also intersects with this moment where we have this existential climate crisis, and you have this technological movement, and you have all of these different forces at play, and you look at this and think, okay, if we are really thinking deeply about the systemic change that this can bring about, then we have a chance to do something pretty remarkable. But you're absolutely right. This will not on its own solve many of the underlying problems of equity, inclusion, and justice that are really at the heart of the conversation.
Thank you, Ashman. Anything else, y'all, before we turn things back over?
I was just going to say that for those that are listening, and especially those kind of interested in the foundation world, one of the powers of philanthropy is that it gives you a really bird's eye system level view of what's going on. And it really highlights the complexities that are out there that you heard about, the past hour or so. We could have gone on longer. And I think that's one of the really interesting parts about the sector. So folks, especially early career folks that are thinking about working on the energy transition, you really get a sense of the challenges and opportunities by being in a philanthropic organization.
The one thing I'd add is I went through getting degrees from Williams College, working at NASA, London School of Economics, without discussions like these. And when someone told me I should check out philanthropy, I was like, ladies, who lunch? And they're like, who do you think funds the Sierra Club? And I was like, well, I don't know. I send them $25 and I canvassed for them. And, they sent me a little, green, one more bag, right? And so especially for the students out there, the foundation sector is really powerful. A good place to get up to speed on what's happening is climate.donorsofcolor.org. about the Climate Funders Justice Pledge, climate@donorsofcolor.org. And then just wanted to end with a massive thank you to Varun for making sure that this conference was holistic in addressing all the elements that need to be changed to be able to, and that need to be addressed to make change happen, and that it can happen. It can happen.
Danielle, that's a great note to end on. Evan, Marilu, Danielle, and Ashwin, I really want to thank you for this illuminating discussion, and more importantly, for the work that you do and the impact that you're having. In closing, I'd like to thank our panelists for their insights and everyone who is here with us at the end of the conference. Thank you for your time, and it's my pleasure to now turn it back over to my good friend and colleague, Dr. Varun Rai, to close the conference.
Great. Thank you so much, David. That was a fascinating panel on the role of philanthropy in the ongoing clean energy transition. Hello again, everyone. I'm Varun Rai, Director of the UT Energy Institute. We really thank you for spending 2 very valuable days of your time with us at the UT Energy Week 2021. I hope that you found the discussion exciting, illuminating, that some of your ideas got challenged, that some new ideas got sparked, but also that you got an integrated picture of the state of the ongoing clean energy transition. And as you heard on some of the panels from some of our panelists, how deep the aspects of the transitions are, including not just technology, but then also social aspects, policy aspects, regulatory aspects increasingly of equity, fairness, and justice. All the videos are already on YouTube channel, and we plan to post the slides also within the next few days. So please visit energy.utexas.edu. That's the website of the UT Energy Institute for more on the slides and the videos, but of course also on our many initiatives, projects, and events on really some very fundamental, often difficult, but critical issues of the global energy system. I would like to thank the many folks who are behind this, especially Dave Tuttle and Krista Hopkins, and also the OnLive location team that really made this happen in a fairly seamless way. I really, again, hope you enjoyed it. Thank you again for joining. And we look forward to seeing you again, hopefully in person at next year's UT Energy Week. With that, I declare this conference closed. Thank you so much again. Bye.